I invite the member for issue swap to lead the House in prayer or prayer.
As Canadians and British Columbians, we give thanks to the precious gifts of freedom and peace which we enjoy. As members of this Legislative Assembly, we rededicate ourselves to the values and traditions of parliamentary democracy as a means of serving our province and our country. Amen.
Introduction by members. Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I wanted to introduce today, we're being visited in the Legislature, I think members on all sides by representatives of the Canadian Society for Medical Laboratory Science. And I wanted to introduce to all of you Ivan Miller, Tammy Hardy, Heather Otio, Dennis Pritchard, Christine Nielsen, Maria Clement, Marcella Navarro, Renu Gill, and Michael Grant. I'll have the honour to meet with them later, and I want everyone in the House to wish them welcome.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I have some folks visiting from our BC staff working on in the Housing Division. We have Susan Kareem, Sydney Tam, Sandra Petroff, Monica Mao, and Caitlin McDougall, and I'm hoping everyone can please make them really welcome today.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Well, today I have the pleasure of introducing some of the delegation that's here from the Regional District from the Central Okanagan, who are visiting Victoria to focus on the discussion with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I'd like to welcome to the House once again Loyal Wooldridge, who's the Councillor for the City of Kelowna, but also the Chair of the RDCO, Councillor Jordan Coble, from Westbank First Nation, and Brian Reardon, who's the CAO from the Regional District, Central Okanagan. Would the House please join me in welcoming them?
Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce two friends. They used to live in Castlegar, so they used to be constituents. They grew up with my husband. Wayne Peppert's here. He's I think he's known throughout the Chamber's long-time involvement in the labor industry. And with him is Ron Verju, who's a historian who actually writes about history. And with the government, and would everybody please join me in welcoming him? They're here.
Member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me a great deal of pleasure today to introduce my wife again in this chamber. I almost think she's looking for my job, but she's... Trust the Minister of Health for that one, but so funny. I know where you live. Anyway, she's here representing, attending the UBCM's Chair and CEO Forum and the Municipal Finances Authority meeting. Please make her feel welcome. Thank you.
Minister of Forests.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make an introduction on behalf of the MLA for North Island and myself. Joining us today in the gallery is Megan Hanasik and her daughter Kaya McKay. Megan is a registered professional forester and a registered professional biologist. She's also the CEO of the Private Forest Landowners Association. A little known fact is that Megan survived in the Patagonian wilderness for 78 days before tapping out in the final episode of the History Channel's hit reality show, Alone. After lasting for an incredible 78 days in the wild, Megan became the longest surviving Canadian and mother cast member to be featured on Alone, handily besting the previous Canadian record for days spent on the show, which was 58. Would the House please make them welcome?
Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the gallery today, I have a few friends from the Regional District of Central Okanagan. They're here to discuss with ministries to talk about important issues of non-treaty nation representation at the regional government level. Westbank First Nation has sat around the RDCO board table in a non-voting capacity for over 20 years. And so please everyone help me welcome Loyal Wooldridge, Chair of Regional District of Central Okanagan. He's been Chair since 2021 and a two-term City of Kelowna Councillor since 2018. and chair of Okanagan Regional Library, one of the largest regional libraries in Canada, as well as welcome Jordan Cobble, West Bank First Nation Councillor. He's a two-term councillor with West Bank First Nation since 2019 and sits on the board of Regional District of Central Okanagan to ensure the application and interpretation of Indigenous knowledge of Nissilquichin language, and a champion for Syilx Okanagan people as an original attendee in Sensa Houston School, which is former West Bank Indian Band School. And another friend of ours is Brendan Reardon, the Regional District Central Okanagan Chief Administrative Officer. Please make them feel very welcome.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome the delegation from the BC Principals and Vice Principals Association. Thanks for the opportunity to attend a luncheon hosted for the government, opposition, and all parties at lunchtime today, and looking forward to an opportunity to meet with you later this afternoon. So won't the House please join me in making them feel welcome.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, Mr. Speaker, we have some very important guests from the BC Principals and Vice Principals Association. The BCVPA represents more than 2,700 members in the province's 60 school districts. And joining us today are Brian Lennon, the President, Mike Roberts, Interim Executive Director, and Communication Staff Sandra Murphy and David Serpa. Mr. Speaker, principals and vice principals handle some of the most sensitive and complex issues in our schools on a daily basis. Their leadership is a big part of why our education system, BC's education system, is among the best in the world. I really would like to thank them for all the work that they do, and I know the House will make them feel very welcome.
Minister of Children and Family Development.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today in the gallery, we are joined by Dahlia, Maverick and Tom Billings. They're from Souk, and Dahlia plays in the Capital Region Female Minor Hockey Association Under-13 C1 Rain team. And they had a fantastic season. My daughter played in the same team, and it was really great fun. It was wonderful to watch them. They won one tournament, and they played in many others very, very well and bonded well together. And so I want to raise my hands and say thank you to the manager, Ty, the coaching staff, Dave, Doug, Camille and Simon, and other volunteers including Julie, Matt, Raphael and Samantha, and many of the parents who also volunteered their time to make it such a fabulous season. Would everyone please make them very welcome?
Minister of Emergency Management. Okay, continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Also joining us in the gallery today, we have Catherine Clutchy and Sarah Scory and Zoe Tessier, because today we were joined in the hall.
Isabella, Ella, Iris, Charlotte, Kate, Jade, Raya, Tesla, Sophie, Alyssa, and Sylvie. Mr. Speaker, we had a chance to talk about leadership and how so much of what they're doing is already setting themselves up for a opportunity to lead in their community and to give back. And they're also joined by a number of their guide leaders. Will the House please make all of them feel very welcome in our House?
Minister of Post-Secondary Education.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to join with my colleague from Emergency Management in welcoming Ariana Chartrand, Joshua Millard and Hassan Marali from the Alliance of BC Students. They're advocates here, meeting with many people on all sides of the House. They represent students at CapU, at Kwantlen, at University of the Fraser Valley, and the Grad Student Society at UBC Vancouver campus. And they're here meeting with myself. They're going to be meeting with the Premier and myself tomorrow to talk about the importance of making sure that our campuses are safe and addressing gender-based violence on campuses. And I want to take a moment to thank them for their tremendous advocacy, and that I look forward to continuing working with them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'd like to join with my colleagues in welcoming the folks here from the BC Principals and Vice Principals Association. I had the privilege of working with the Interim Executive Director, Mike Roberts, at my time at the BC School Trustees Association. And I know Brian Leonard and the rest of the team that are here are such incredible advocates for the important role that administrators play in our schools. The leadership that our principals and vice principals provide in British Columbia is really second to none, and it was always an honor to work with this organization in my role as chair, and I just wanted to welcome them to the precinct and thank them for all the advocacy that they do. Thank you.
Member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very proud to introduce to the House a good friend from Salmon Arm, Kevin Flynn. He's a long-term councillor of Salmon Arm. He's also currently the chair of the Columbia-Shuswap Regional District. Would the House please make him feel very welcome?
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill number 19, Entitled Money Services Businesses Act 2023, number 19, and recommend the same to Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. I'm pleased to introduce the Money Services Business Act. The purpose of this bill is to establish the BC Financial Services Authority as the provincial regulator for money service businesses, or MSBs. This bill will require MSBs to register with the BCFSA and will provide for broad background checks, reporting requirements, investigation powers, and enforcement powers. MSBs are businesses that deal in foreign exchanges, wire transfers, issuing or redeeming money orders, traveler's checks, or similar instruments outside of traditional financial institutions. They are an accessible and more affordable option for some of the more vulnerable people in BC, and they play an important role in BC's financial system. There are over 2,000 MSBs registered with the Federal Financial Transactions and Reports Analyst Centre of Canada, also known as FINTRAC, which handles billions of dollars annually. The new regulatory system will help keep bad actors out of the industry. It will also allow the BCFSA to get a clearer picture of the local industry while keeping regulatory costs low for money service businesses and their consumers. By implementing the Act, we are acting on a recommendation in the Cullen Commission final report to expand the mandate of the BCFSA to include the regulation of MSBs. The Act will help to ensure these businesses are not being used to launder the proceeds of crime and other financial wrongdoing. This work will improve the industry's reputation and help with some of their challenges, including access to the banking system and the operation of unregistered businesses. The Money Service Businesses Act does not duplicate the comprehensive compliance program requirements administered by FINTRAC. Instead, it focuses on conducting broad background checks of MSBs, their agents, and associates to ensure that only suitable businesses and individuals participate in the industry.
Members, the question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a message from Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honour the Lieutenant Governor transmits here with Bill number 20, Entitled Business Corporations Amendment Act 2023, number 20, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. I'm pleased to introduce the Business Corporations Amendment Act 2023. The purpose of this bill is to help deter and curtail the use of BC companies as vehicles for unlawful activities. The bill requires private corporate companies incorporated in British Columbia to report beneficial ownership information to a centralized government-maintained registry, while allowing partial public access to registry information at no cost. BC companies have been required to identify their beneficial owners and keep a list of these individuals in their corporate records since October 2020. Beneficial owners are the people that ultimately control a company, and they may not necessarily be the registered owners of the shares of a company. Companies can be used to hide ownership through the creation of a legal entity that is separate from the shareholders, creating a level of anonymity. This anonymity may be exploited and abused by money launderers, tax evaders, and other criminals to assist in illegal activities. In the 2019 Expert Panel on Money Laundering in BC Real Estate Report, it was estimated that $7.4 billion was laundered in BC in 2018. The amendments are consistent with recommendations of the expert panel and the Cullen Commission. Government has been committed to greater access of beneficial ownership information since 2017 and has been working closely with our federal, provincial, and territorial counterparts to provide greater transparency in the corporate world across Canada. This bill strengthens government's commitment to this crucial federal, provincial, territorial collaboration.
The question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that a bill entitled Wildlife Amendment Act No. 2, 2023, of which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and now read for a first time. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the second time I've introduced this bill, and it is one that I believe that transcends across party lines and divisions across this province. Throughout British Columbia, millions of people enjoy our great outdoors for a variety of reasons: hiking, biking, fishing, hunting, or just viewing what our backcountry has to offer. We truly have it all here in BC. But what makes us truly unique in our vast province is our unique mix of wildlife and habitat. However, sadly, what has always been our greatest natural resource is coming to a crashing halt. Our wide demographic of British Columbians know firsthand how important science-based wildlife management is to ensure healthy wildlife populations. Proper decisions surrounding wildlife management ensure wildlife populations are sustainable for the future. It is critical that transparent decisions and regulations are solely based on what is best for the wildlife populations and can be supported by all. This bill, if passed, would lay the groundwork for an independent funding model for wildlife and habitat management that is partially distanced from the government. This would ensure the decisions on regulations are in the best interest of wildlife populations in our province and that funding is dedicated only to wildlife and habitat conservation. The funding model would be eligible to receive funding and revenue from the different levels of government, including municipal, provincial, federal, and Indigenous. Here, 100% of contributions earned from the revenue of licenses and fees associated from hunting and other forms of land use, as well as stakeholder groups, philanthropy, and industry, would be used only for wildlife and habitat management. Effective wildlife legislation is necessary to preserve our wildlife populations and guarantee that regulations and restrictions accurately reflect the science. This bill represents the foundational element that will allow for better data collection, mapping, and identifying critical wildlife areas, among others. Such improvements, in turn, will lead to science-based decision-making to protect wildlife and habitat for generations to come. I ask this House from all sides to join me in support of this critical piece of legislation so we can all get to work and protect and encourage the growth of wildlife populations here in BC.
Question. Question is the first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill be placed on the order papers of the day for second reading at the next sitting after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk. Sorry.
North Island Coast Development Initiative Trust Amendment Act, of which notice has been given on my name, and the order paper be introduced and read a first time now.
Please continue.
The Island Coastal Economic Trust, or ICE-T, is a critical economic development organization led by communities on Vancouver Island, the Sunshine Coast. Inexplicably, this valued organization is on the brink as they have fully invested their funds to impactful economic development initiatives for 17 years. And now all the funds are almost gone and the trust needs to be recapitalized. Coastal communities formalize their vision for actionable reconciliation with the transformation of the trust as a permanent ESG-focused, inclusive, regional development organization that is co-governed by First Nations and local governments. The business plan to realize co-governance and a sustainable model for the trust requires a generational $150 million investment. The business plan submitted to government last September ensures that the trust will be a catalyst for more than $1 billion in total investment. This bill removes the $60 million cap that is currently limiting the BC NDP from turning the iced tea into a permanent fund. This bill does not spend money. It simply removes the limited cap on how much can be capitalized. In March 2022, Judith Sayers, Sarah Morales, Frank Leonard, and Wayne Rowe completed the statutory requirement to review the Act. They made a variety of recommendations, including this initiative for the provincial government to remove this cap. I'm surprised the BC NDP has not done this and essentially abandoned the communities on Vancouver Island and the Sunshine Coast, communities many of them represent. How are we on the brink of losing this valued regional organization? Rather than solidifying the organization, today a $10 million lifeline was announced simply to delay the iced tea's demise, kicking it down the road 2 or 3 more years. This amendment removes the obstacle and allows this government to do the right thing and recapitalize this important community-led economic development vehicle.
The question is first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favour indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for North Vancouver Seymour.
It's me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to acknowledge I'm giving this statement from the ancestral territories of the Lekwungen people, the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations, and I thank them for the opportunity to live and work here. And when I'm in my riding of North Vancouver Seymour, I work, live and learn in the territories of the Tsleil-Waututh and the Squamish nations, and I'm always grateful for the ongoing work they do in stewarding the land and water. Eating disorders are complex and difficult to treat. With high dropout and mortality rates, they are often associated with other disorders such as depression and anxiety, and are often long-standing with serious medical consequences, including life-threatening effects. Research shows that eating disorder treatment can be highly successful for youth. Thankfully, we have the only live-in eating disorder program specifically designed for 16 to 24-year-old youth in Canada, the Looking Glass Treatment Program operated out of BC Children's Hospital. The program's interdisciplinary staff provide a combination of group and individual therapy, meal support, nursing and medical care in a 24/7 home-like environment in South Vancouver. This is a safe and supportive environment where patients can challenge the power of an eating disorder and learn positive ways to cope with daily life. The program fosters independence while providing options for family involvement, and there's academic help for those who have not yet graduated from high school. The program sees over 100 patients a year, including live-in, virtual and outpatient services. As you can imagine, the team has faced some challenges these past years due to COVID. However, they've been very innovative in reimagining the program, including offering full-time virtual day program and virtual support groups. So I want to take this opportunity to thank the Looking Glass team for all of the good work that they do in helping our young people heal and be well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While he is probably best known for his skill as a goaltender, Prince George Spruce Kings netminder Jordan Fairley is also an ambassador for the Goalie Guild, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to the advancement of hockey goaltenders and the craft of goaltending. But Jordan is also doing some important work off the ice. Working in partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association of Northern British Columbia, Jordan launched a fundraising campaign for mental health initiatives. All of the donations raised will support local programming through the CMHA of Northern BC. While he grew up in Fort St. John, he is playing his junior hockey in Prince George. And because of that, Jordan, who is 20 years old, recognizes that people who live in our region face some unique challenges when it comes to accessing services. He decided he wanted to give back to the community through the Lifting the Mask on Mental Health Challenge. Ethan Reddy, Director of Communications and Broadcasting for the Spruce Kings, said it well when he said, "To have a player who wants to make as much of an impact off the ice as he does on, it is what we want to achieve with our players. It's what being a Spruce King is all about." Once the campaign finishes, Fairley will meet with the CMHA Northern BC to decide where the donations will go to support the programming with the most need. Not surprisingly, at the recent Spruce Kings Annual Awards Banquet, which I was honored to attend, Jordan was a co-winner of the Community Service Award. While the fundraising campaign may be drawing to a close, Jordan and the Spruce Kings have a lot more hockey to play since they are playoff bound. To date, Jordan has raised almost $6,000, but I have no doubt that that total will increase. Thank you, Jordan, for your leadership both on the ice and off. Because you stepped up, CMHA will be able to provide additional support for those who need it most. It is a legacy you can be very proud of.
Member for Coquitlam, Burke Mountain.
Salom. Nowruz Mubarak. Nowruz means new day and marks the start of spring. It's a time of renewal and reflection. Spring represents new light overcoming the darkness of winter. Millions of people in BC and around the world are gathering with family, friends, and neighbors to celebrate Nowruz, the Persian New Year. Many come together to feast, to set the half-seen table, or to jump over fires to cleanse their souls. I've attended a number of Nowruz gatherings in Coquitlam Burke Mountain and North Vancouver. The Tri-City Iranian Cultural Society held its annual Nowruz market on March 11th, followed by a fire festival a few days later. Large crowds of Farsi-speaking residents and others enjoyed music, food, dancing, displays, and fire jumping. This past Saturday, I attended a Nowruz celebration sponsored by the Civic Iranian Canadian Association. The event also marked the completion of their Seniors Healthy Aging project. I congratulated all those who completed this worthwhile project and recognized their leader, Parvin Fatimi, who does valuable work in our community as an immigration caseworker. Traditional Nowruz celebrations are more important than ever to Iranians. These celebrations are considered an act of defiance in the face of widespread human rights abuses taking place in their homeland. The Women Life Freedom movement is front and center at many of these events, and I assured those in attendance that our government supports them in their struggle to achieve gender equality and democracy in Iran. Iranians have told me they feel stressed. They tell me it's not easy to work, to study, and to live a normal life when people that they know are experiencing violence and upheaval in their homeland. I will be attending more Nowruz events next week and will continue to stand in solidarity with those who are celebrating, while at the same time thinking of people in their homeland who are fighting for equality and freedom. Never forgive, never forget.
Member for Peace River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chetwynd, nestled in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, is a small and resilient community in my riding, known for being the home of the International Chainsaw Carving Competition, which fits this community well since the prime industry here is logging, with the supporting mills which for years have been the major employer in this region. These mills have provided stable, family-supporting jobs for decades, which for a small community has been the driver to ensure that that community prospers. Unfortunately, in 4 weeks, the Canfor mill will be closing, leaving 150 full-time employees unemployed. A few, luckily, have told me that they've found other jobs, though. But the downside to that is that these people have told me they have to leave the community. So it's not just the workers that we lose. It's their spouses, the families, the children. Nurses are leaving Chetwynd now, and they already struggle with finding nurses. It's teachers, it's volunteer firefighters, it's coaches and other community volunteers that will be lost. It's the small mom-and-pop organizations and businesses that support the mills and the workers that will struggle. It is the fabric of the entire community that will be put to test. There are huge benefits in our small rural communities that were built because of the resource sector and that could continue to thrive and have success if the resource sector was supported by government. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing way too many communities right now that are struggling to know what the future holds for them. On a positive note, we are talking about people who are very dedicated to their communities, who are strong, passionate, and resilient. I know the people of Chetwynd will band together, support each other, and we will get through this challenging time. I want to wish all the workers, their families, and the community of Chetwynd the very best as we all try to cope with this change. Thank you.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Richmond Cares, Richmond Gives, a foundational Richmond organization, is hosting the annual Volunteers Are Stars Awards on April 19th. It's a fun and uplifting event to celebrate incredible volunteers in our community and celebrate all of our award nominees. Volunteers give selflessly of themselves to make Richmond an even better place to live, work, learn, and play, and our community is so grateful for all that they do. I want to highlight a few of the volunteer nominees from my riding of Richmond Steveston who are being recognized in 3 different categories. The Star of Richmond Award is to recognize outstanding leadership volunteers. Nominees in my riding are Mary Dirksen from the Cancer Care Clinic in Richmond Hospital and Lillian Caligari from the Ambulatory Care Clinic in Richmond Hospital. The Shooting Star Award is to recognize outstanding youth volunteers who are already contributing so much at a young age. Our Richmond Steveston nominee is Ava Koldenhoff from the Richmond Christmas Fund. The Nova Star Award is to recognize an outstanding individual volunteer who are so important to organizations across Richmond. Nominees from my riding are Frank Fowley from the Commonwealth Games Federation Ethics Commission, Patricia Gustafson from Richmond Red Cross, Marcus Narasaya from Special Olympics, Charles Pinto from the Richmond Food Bank, Linda Shirley from the Richmond Community Arts Council, and Ron Toffolo from the Richmond Food Bank. The Constellation Award is to recognize outstanding volunteer groups, and the nominees are the Not So Silent Night Committee, which organizes the signature event to support the Richmond Christmas Fund. The Richmond Advocacy and Support Committee, which connects low-income residents with the opportunity to tell their lived stories through art in a variety of mediums. And the Healthcare Auxiliary Thrift Shop, otherwise known locally as the Steveston Hospital Thrift Store, raises funds for the purchase of medical equipment and patient programs at Richmond Hospital, Minaroo Residence, and Lyons Manor. There are many more volunteers than the ones I've just highlighted from my riding of Richmond Steveston, and they are all stars. Thank you to each and every volunteer for all that you do for us.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Al Horning passed away last week, March 20th. He was 83 years of age. Many in this chamber knew him, worked with him. 83 is slightly above the average for men, or actually for people in our country, but he was way above average. Maybe not in height, because he and I were about the same height. He was a businessman, a realtor, a champion, snowmobiler, Sport Hall of Famer, Kelowna City Councillor, a member of Parliament, and of course, an MLA, right here. He served for over 20 years, our country and our province and our community. He was a champion of everything Rutland, everything Kelowna, everything BC, and everything of our country, but he left us a legacy of fiery, just advocacy for everything that was important to his community. Expansion to the Kelowna Airport, new highways, really passionate about Rutland Middle School, which I tried to continue on his behalf. But he was more than that. He was a dedicated father, a grandfather, a loving husband to Donna, who passed away at the beginning of COVID. And I know people here lost loved ones during COVID, very difficult. Together, he and Donna were a political force in our country, our province, and our city. I, for one, would not be here if it wasn't for Al Horning and Donna Horning. You know, Al always said, Mr. Speaker, that he was supposed to pass before Donna. I was kind of pissed off, actually, that he had not. But I can tell him now that she's been up there waiting for him for a few years. He better get his butt in gear and keep the speeches short. Because if anything Donna was really proud of was how Al kept his speeches short and just delivered on the goods. Now, Mr. Speaker, traditionally in this legislature, in this chamber, after a testimonial like this, we do not applaud. But I would ask all members of the House to do the opposite and applaud a good man who served our country and our province.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The surge of violence that began under the Premier's watch as a soft-on-crime Attorney General continues to devastate communities like Nanaimo. On Monday, in broad daylight, a 27-year-old woman was heading back to work when she was the victim of a violent random assault. This was a prolific offender who appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her by the throat and sexually assaulting her. When she broke free and ran, he chased her, screaming that he was going to kill her. I can't even imagine how terrifying that would be. So how much longer will people be forced to live in fear as a result of this Premier's catch and release policies?
Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And the event that she describes is a horrific event, which all of us absolutely just abhor. The individual has been arrested and will face the consequences of the justice system, and it is my expectation that if they are found, when they are found guilty, that they are sentenced to a very long time behind bars, because that's what should happen to individuals in these kinds of cases. But what I can also tell the member is that we are doing everything we can to ensure that laws are strengthened around issues of bail and bail reform, which is why we've worked with other provinces, and the federal government in this province has taken a leadership role in that regard, to deal with the issue of reverse onus, and so that those who pose a danger are not released. And I can assure the member that we will continue that work and other initiatives. But what's clear is that we will continue to work to ensure that our communities are safe.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That response offers cold comfort to the woman who was brutally attacked in this random sexual assault. People in Nanaimo need more than just talk. They need results, and they need to be able to feel safe in their own community. With 28 separate criminal court files, Brett Ranger is a dangerous, violent, prolific offender. The fact that he is today being remanded until April 4th is again cold comfort to his victims. He has a lengthy criminal record, yet was left free to terrorize more victims under this Premier's catch and release system. The violence on our streets, as we have seen day after day, and the last few days has just been more than we can even imagine. The violence on our street has made people feel more vulnerable and unsafe than ever. Mr. Speaker, the question to the Premier, is he going to put the rights of victims of repeat violent offenders ahead of the rights of those violent offenders to be released back into communities like Nanaimo?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I thank the member for the question, and I want to assure the member that we take the rights of victims very seriously. That's why we restored funding, increased it by more than 70% for victims of crime, when during the time that your party was on this side of the House, increases did not happen. In terms of results, Honourable Speaker, that's why we went to Ottawa to get bail reform. We made it a priority. This province made it a priority. Other provinces worked with us to get the federal government to make the changes that we need to see happen, Honourable Speaker. This province has put in place initiative in terms of ensuring that police have the tools that they need, tools that they decide that they need and tell us that they want. That's why we funded the additional 270 positions for RCMP members in small rural communities right around this province. It's also why we have restored funding to sexual assault centres, so that when these types of crimes happen, women know that there are places where they can go for help and assistance. Those are initiatives that this government has taken and will continue to take, Honourable Speaker, because everybody deserves to feel safe wherever they live in this province. And we want to also make sure that those who are found guilty through our independent judicial system, they serve a long time behind bars where they should be, Honourable Speaker. But make no mistake, this government is absolutely committed to ensuring the safety of British Columbians wherever they are in this province.
Member for Surrey South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These initiatives that the minister is speaking of, and some of the things the government is working on, they come into effect. First of all, they're announced to take place years from now and are affecting people who already become the victim of crime. What is this government doing to step up and prevent people from becoming victims? It's all fine and dandy to bring things into effect that will help people after they become victims. But why must we wait for action until people are suffering? They've become victims of crime. They've been sexually assaulted. Or even worse, that they've lost their life to violent criminals. Even the Premier's own hand-picked expert, Doug Lepard, acknowledges that BC stands alone with a 40% decrease in the number of people in jail now out on the streets, thanks to this government's soft on crime policies. And in the Premier's 5 years as Attorney General, violent crime has more than doubled in Nanaimo, from 1,200 reports to over 2,600. Colin Middleton of the Nanaimo Area Public Safety Association says, quote, "They're literally playing Russian roulette right now with the lives of people in Nanaimo. We're sick of it. We're done," end quote. Innocent lives are put at risk by the Premier's catch and release policies, while prolific offenders like Brett Ranger continue to be released and wreak havoc in our communities. How much longer will communities like Nanaimo have to suffer the consequences of the soft on crime Premier's failed catch and release policies?
Minister. Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I want to make it clear, right from the point when this government was sworn in, this government, the Attorney General, now Premier, the former Premier, have made public safety a priority, putting in place initiatives that could have been put in place in this government many years before, but weren't, Honourable Speaker. We worked with police to identify their priorities. Police said they... Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Police said putting in place a witness protection program to build strong cases against organised crime and gangsters, Honourable Speaker, was a priority for them. We put that in place, Honourable Speaker. That has resulted in a significant increase in convictions for murders and solvings of murders that were, in essence, cold cases, Honourable Speaker. Police identified the need for a forensic firearms lab, Honourable Speaker, so that we weren't sending weapons to Ottawa for analysis, being able to do better forensics here in this province. We put that in place, Honourable Speaker. We identified the issues around listening to local government in terms of what the challenges they were facing in their communities. That led to the Lepard-Butler report, and it led to initiatives which were being implemented, Honourable Speaker, already, and new ones being put in place. It's not a question of waiting. We identified the challenges in terms of vacancies in British Columbia and small and rural parts of the province. That's why we put in place the funding for RCMP for 274 new officers. We get the smirks from the other side, Honourable Speaker, when they profess to be concerned about public safety, Honourable Speaker.
Yep. Members, both sides. Shh. Both sides. Minister will continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Let's be clear. We've been taking initiatives since we formed government day one, initiatives at the federal, provincial and local government level, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to work with the professionals on the ground who know what needs to be done in terms of policing, in terms on the social side of things, to ensure that people in this province are safe.
Member for Surrey South supplemental.
Mr. Speaker, this government has announced initiatives, but it's results that they haven't delivered for British Columbians. In my community in Surrey, children were among 30 people at the Guildford Landmark Cinema who were randomly attacked by a man wielding pepper spray this weekend. Families can't even visit a coffee shop or go to the movies without having to worry about a random attack in British Columbia. And this Premier is the architect of catch and release, and this Premier has consistently put the rights of criminals above the rights of communities throughout his entire career in and out of politics. And while Housing Minister, this Premier is the one who warehoused.
Members, please, let's listen to the question.
Well, I see someone laughing on that side, Mr. Speaker. Minister Rankin, goodness.
Take control of this chamber.
Thank you. Please, please, members, shh. Members. Okay, members, that's enough. Please, member will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was while this Premier was Housing Minister that he warehoused people without proper mental health supports, creating chaos in neighborhoods across the province. When will the brutal random attacks, which have become the norm under this Premier, under his catch and release system, when will they finally end?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And I'm glad the member raised the questions about her community from Surrey, because the issue of bear spray is one that we were well aware of. That's why when we went to Ottawa, we worked with Manitoba to get that changed so that people who engage in those kinds of crimes with bear spray are now included on the reverse onus as to why they should not be getting bail, Honourable Speaker. That was action taken. Oh, and the member now wants to talk about victims. Well, let's talk about victims. You failed.
Members,
you
please.
failed. Your government failed when they sat on this side of the House to increase funding for victims. In fact, Honourable Speaker, you cut funding to sexual assault centres, Honourable Speaker. Your government cut funding, Honourable Speaker. And again, Honourable Speaker, the member, through the chair, please. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, the member talks about Surrey. And I will make this comment about Surrey. The reason we put in place, Honourable Speaker, the Victims Protection Program, which police wanted to deal in part with the significant challenges that were faced in Surrey, this government put that in place, Honourable Speaker, not them when they sat on this side of the House. And what I want to tell this House, Honourable Speaker, that the success of that program has resulted in more than 270 convictions, 419 charges, 134 murder charges, and 77 firearms charges.
Members.
Every single one of them. Murder cases solved, convicted, sentenced to jail for more than 276 years, exactly where they belong. This side of the House takes public safety seriously, and we will continue to do that.
House Leader of Third Party.
Mr. Speaker, we've heard the Minister of Public Safety say that he takes the rights of victims seriously. How about the rights of the victims of colonialism, Mr. Speaker? In November, the BC NDP government announced that it would provide $230 million to bolster staffing in rural police departments. It appears $36 million of those funds were designated for, quote, police response to unlawful protests, end quote. My question is to the Minister of Public Safety. Is this $36 million allocated to the RCMP Community Industry Response Group?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. And what I want to tell him is that $36 million is over 3 years. It is based on an average that we have spent in this province over the last number of years in terms of dealing with the enforcement of court-ordered injunctions. We have in this province an independent judiciary, courts who make court orders, and it is the responsibility of the police to enforce those court orders. That comes with costs. So as part of the budget process, we have to ensure that there is money in place to do just that. We put in place an average of what has been spent over the last number of years, and that is a 3-year sum that the figure that the member is talking about, and it works out to about, I think last year was around $11 million.
House Leader, third party supplemental.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, those injunctions are protecting the rights of corporations, not the rights of Indigenous people that have existed and belong to the lands that these resource projects are being undertaken on. The Community Industry Response Group, or CIRG as it's known, was created in 2017 to support the construction of the Coastal GasLink pipeline and the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion projects in the face of broad public opposition and Indigenous assertions of jurisdiction. The CIRG has been accused of unlawful use of force, arrests, detentions, and assaults against Indigenous and non-Indigenous land defenders, Mr. Speaker, many of whom are my constituents, many of whom I would consider elders from my riding. Mr. Speaker, right now this crew is rolling, and the minister knows this, rolling on Indigenous people in their own territories as we speak. The RCMP unit now faces several lawsuits and investigations for misconduct. The RCMP's Civilian Review and Complaints Commission announced 2 weeks ago that they're conducting a, quote, systemic investigation, end quote, of CIRG. A national coalition is calling for the suspension of CIRG while the CRCC investigates these hundreds of complaints against the unit. The CRCC reviews can take up years to complete. The extent of the human rights abuses and violations of Indigenous peoples on their own lands by this unit has not yet fully come to light. How does this government justify giving a controversial RCMP unit tens of millions of dollars? And will this BC NDP government stand this militarized police unit down while they're under this investigation?
Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member, and I would like to make a couple of points. First off, we have an independent judiciary in this country that makes laws, or that makes rulings, and issues an injunction. It's the responsibility of the police to enforce that. And you cannot on one hand say, hey, we like this ruling, so great that we've got an independent judiciary, and on the other hand say, oh, well, we disagree with this ruling, so the whole process is nothing just to protect a special interest group, Honourable Speaker.
Please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. No, that's not a false argument. It's the fact we have an independent judiciary in this country, which is a cornerstone of our democracy. And it's one, I think, that does a very effective job.
Members.
What I would also say, Honourable Speaker, it's not giving money. The police have a job to do, which is to enforce a court-ordered injunction. That it costs money to do that. We have to pay for the costs of the policing that takes place in the course of the enforcement of these injunctions. We budget for it based on the amount of money that has been spent on an annual basis over the last number of years, and that is our best estimate. In some cases it may cost more, in some cases it may cost less, and if it costs less, that money can go somewhere else, Honourable Speaker. But it is not a case of just giving money and saying do with it what you will. It's because the courts have said we want the injunction enforced, and they have the responsibility to do that, Honourable Member. And I understand that you don't like it, but that's the fact.
Official Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's be clear. The rampant random attacks, the vandalism, the social disorder that's getting worse by the day lies at the feet of this Premier, who also happened to be the Attorney General for 5.5 years. It was this Premier who was responsible for buying motels in communities across BC and warehousing the mentally ill and addicted, some of our most vulnerable citizens, with no supports except publicly provided addictive drugs. It was this Premier who, through every policy choice he made as Attorney General, put the rights of repeat violent offenders above the right of British Columbians to be safe and feel safe in their communities. And Mr. Speaker, the Premier has been consistent with this bias his entire private and public career. Now, as people suffer brutal violence and random attacks in downtown Vancouver, local small businesses are caught in the crossfire. 1 in 10 storefronts in Vancouver now stands vacant under this government. In the area of Hastings Crossing, vacancies are at a staggering 28%. Desperate businesses are begging for support, and through the Business Improvement Areas Association of British Columbia, have proposed that this government create a fund to mitigate the devastating impacts of vandalism and property crime on small business. Broken windows, theft, and vandalism are costing shop owners thousands upon thousands of dollars, but there's no support for them in the NDP's budget. My question to the Premier is this: will the Premier reverse course and say yes to this proposal to create a fund to combat the soaring costs of random violence and vandalism that's literally decimating small businesses and communities right across British Columbia?
Minister of Jobs and Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. These are very challenging times for small businesses, Mr. Speaker, and I myself have been a small business person, and I think often about the challenges that these businesses are faced with. It's one thing after another, it seems, very much for small businesses in regards to the effects of the pandemic and the supply chain challenges, the increase in borrowing funds. Many small businesses have come through the pandemic with the support that we provided them, Mr. Speaker, more than $500 million worth of support. And while this is very helpful to small businesses, I am listening to small businesses, Mr. Speaker. They are facing challenges, and this is important to us. We know that small businesses make up 98% of the businesses in our communities, Mr. Speaker. They're incredibly important to us, and I look forward to continuing to do the work with them to ensure their success.
Opposition House Leader Supplemental.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the minister standing up and saying that small businesses are important to her and important to the government is cold comfort for the small businesses out there that are being decimated. This Premier, as I said in my previous question, every single opportunity that he has had, whether it was as Attorney General, as Minister of Housing, or now as the Premier of British Columbia, he has consistently, through his policy choices, he has put the rights of violent offenders to reoffend over the rights of British Columbians to be safe in their communities. And in addition to the public safety issue, this has meant small businesses are caught in the middle. Thefts, windows broken, vandalism, on and on and on the list goes. And the members opposite are getting the same emails that we're all getting in the opposition from these small businesses. Not a single penny in the NDP's budget to help small businesses with this social disorder which is caused by the government's policies. But you know, small business is important to us. Give me a break. Just today, Vancouver police stated that they have arrested 217 people over the course of a 3-week period for violent retail thefts. In one incident, a man with 37 criminal convictions entered a dollar store near Granville Street and threatened staff with a knife. Staff Sergeant Mario Mastrupieri of the VPD says, and I quote, "In Vancouver, we continue to see an alarming trend of repeat offenders and people using violence to commit their crimes. Business owners are frustrated by the financial losses and by the danger employees face for merely coming to work to earn a living," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the soft-on-crime Premier's catch-and-release justice system is causing havoc for local businesses and threatening the safety of their employees and their customers alike. When will the Premier step up and take the necessary actions which will actually deliver positive results and end the random violence and vandalism which is plaguing small businesses all over British Columbia?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member across the way. I'd like to point out, because he seemed to forget something in his little thing when he quoted the VPD. Retail crime is growing in major cities throughout North America and in Vancouver. This isn't just a Vancouver problem. This is a problem North America-wide. And Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is a problem North America-wide. It's why we've had to take an approach that works with all levels of government, Honourable Speaker. It's working with the City of Vancouver on addressing the social issues around housing and mental health and addiction. It's working with police to identify the tools and the resources that they need to be able to do these kinds of sting operations, Honourable Speaker, that take these individuals off the streets. It's working with the federal government so that we can get changes to Bill C-75 in terms of reverse onus, so that the unintended consequences from that piece of legislation are in fact corrected. And I know they don't like to hear it, but this province, this Premier, took a leadership role on that issue, Honourable Speaker, and we will continue to do that. That's why we've increased funding to deal with the mental health issues in terms of the peer-assisted care teams that communities have been asking for, to expand the CAR program that communities have been asking for, Honourable Speaker, that police have been asking for. Those are initiatives that this government has taken and will continue to take. It's why in small communities, when they're facing these kinds of similar problems, that we are funding the addition of 277 police officers that will be able to assist communities. It's why when we were government, Honourable Speaker, we put in place the surge teams in communities such as Terrace, Prince George, Kelowna and Kamloops, all of which those communities have said have worked extremely well. We have done a lot, Honourable Speaker, but we know there's a lot more to do. And we are working with the business community, local government, other provinces and the federal government to put in place the initiatives to deal with these kinds of crimes and criminals, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this Premier, be it as Attorney General, be it as Premier, be it as life before a politician, has done nothing but defend the rights of lawbreakers over the rights of victims. And the Solicitor General can mention victims today. It's too bad this government did not use the word victim once with any dollars especially attached to it in their most recent budget. The word victim doesn't show up in that budget one time. The facts are very simple, Mr. Speaker. The Premier's hand-picked expert, Doug Lepard, pointed out BC stands alone based on this Premier's soft-on-crime policies of a 40% decrease in the number of people in jail in British Columbia compared to the rest of the country that the Solicitor General likes to try to deflect away. I have news for the Solicitor General. The people of BC expect this government to deal with issues within BC and actually create safe streets. So let's look at the crime stats. BC's Violent Crime Severity Index. They've increased 30% under this soft-on-crime Premier's watch. 75% increase in the rate of no-charge assessment under this Premier's watch. Vancouver is averaging 4 unprovoked stranger assaults per day, which are getting more and more violent every single day under this soft-on-crime Premier's watch. Serious assaults involving weapons or bodily harm in Vancouver, they're up over 30% compared to 2017 under this soft-on-crime Premier's watch. And in 2022, over 91,000, or a 49% of non-emergency calls wound up being abandoned by ECOM under this soft-on-crime Attorney General's watch. Mr. Speaker, the system is broken. This government is failing on every measure. When can communities meaningfully see some results that will actually make them safer on their streets instead of the continual passing of the buck that we see from the Solicitor General and whichever Attorney General might happen to be filling the role today?
Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Only an opposition that doesn't understand how our criminal justice system works would say that going to Ottawa passing the buck, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, when it comes to victims, and victims of crime and support for victims of crime, Honourable Speaker, let's just refresh that member's record as governments on this side of the House, when they sat on this side of the House.
Shh. Members will stop now, please. Minister will continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. When gang violence ran rampant in the Lower Mainland, when they sat on this side of the House, did they increase service for victims, Honourable Speaker? No, they didn't. They cut it. They cut it. In 2009, Honourable Speaker, in the budget then, they spent $42 million. In 2017, Honourable Speaker, in their budget that they tabled, they spent $40 million, Honourable Speaker. $40 million. In 2018, when we took office, our first budget, we went from $48 million, we put $48 million in. This budget, the budget that he says doesn't do anything for victims, Honourable Speaker, $78 million. But more important, Honourable Speaker.
Members, enough. Please be quiet. We'll continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And for the leaderless opposition, this side of the House, Honourable Speaker, will continue to make investments in policing in communities right across this province. We will continue to expand the CAR program, Honourable Speaker, which we are doing. We will continue to put in place peer-assisted care teams, Honourable Speaker, which communities have been asking for. We will continue to work with law enforcement, social service agencies, with communities.
Thank you.
And I know they don't seem to understand it, Honourable Speaker, but we will also continue to work with the federal government, who has responsibility for the criminal code of this country, which the vast number of people in this province understand, to get changes put in place that will protect people and make communities safer. It's unfortunate that they don't get that.
The balanced question period. Madam Clerk. Sorry, member for Surrey White Rock.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of personal privilege related to the remarks made by the member from Powell River, Sunshine Coast.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present revised service plans for the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General. These updated plans reflect the transfer of authority for the liquor distribution branch from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General. The changes to the service plans are administrative in nature and are effective April 1st, 2023.
Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call motion 38 on the order paper. Honourable Speaker, I move that motion 38 with respect to membership on the Select Standing Committee on Agriculture, Fish, Food, standing my name on the order paper.
The question is the adoption of the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In the main chamber, I call second reading on Bill 17, Family Law Act. In Committee Room A, I call continued debate on the Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Education and Childcare. When that completes, the Ministry of Forestry will begin Committee of Supply in Committee Room A. And in Committee Room C, call continued debate on Committee of Supply of Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. When that completes, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy will begin Committee of Supply in Committee Room C.
Committee chairs.
All right, members, let's get this debate underway. The second reading, Family Law Amendment Act 2023. I recognize the member for Powell River Sunshine Coast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And earlier today, I used the L word. And while Mr. Speaker didn't hear it, I did. And I withdraw and I apologize.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill now be read a second time. The Family Law Amendment Act 2023 amends provisions with Part 5 Property Division and Part 6 Pension Division of the Family Law Act. These amendments represent Phase 1 of a multi-phase project to modernize the Act.
Members, if we could have a little quiet in the chamber, please.
The Act came into force 10 years ago, and there have been many societal changes and developments in case law since then. My ministry is reviewing its provisions to ensure they continue to meet the needs of families in British Columbia. The modernization project is occurring in phases because the Act is large and covers many areas that impact families. A phased approach will better allow the public to meaningfully participate in and ministry staff to complete the review. The Part 5 amendments clarify two important property division issues. The first is the division of spouses' excluded property that is transferred between spouses during their relationship. Generally, excluded property is not divided between spouses when they separate, but the Act allows for division in certain circumstances. There has been a divergence in case law about whether excluded property that is transferred between spouses should be divided and whether a common law evidentiary rule, the presumption of advancement, applies. This divergence has resulted in an uncertainty that has negatively affected out-of-court settlements and led to significant amount of litigation. The amendment clarifies that the presumption of advancement does not apply to the division of property under Part 5 and that excluded property remains excluded to be divided only as provided for in the Act. The amendments make corresponding changes to expand the factors that the courts can consider when dividing excluded property. These changes allow the court to divide excluded property in a more predictable way that should encourage out-of-court settlements and reduce litigation. The second issue addresses what happens to companion animals, known as family pets, when spouses separate. This is an example of modernizing the Act to reflect changes in society and how people's relationship with their pets has evolved over time. There are currently 6 American states that have recently established similar legislation, but BC would be the first Canadian jurisdiction. The amendments regarding pets created a definition of a companion animal, clarify that spouses can make agreements about whether one of them will own or possess the pet, or whether it will be shared if they both want to retain a relationship with the companion animal. Establish factors the court must consider when making sole ownership orders about a companion animal that include the history of risk of family violence or animal cruelty, the relationship a child has with the animal, and who is cared for the pet and is willing and able to continue to care for it. Importantly, these amendments authorize the BC Provincial Court and Supreme Court to make orders related to companion animals to allow spouses to choose the court they wish to use. These amendments were developed based on written and survey feedback from a public consultation, as well as discussions with an advisory group of family law practitioners and advocates. The Part 6 Pension Division amendments are based on recommendations from a report published by the British Columbia Law Institute in March 2021. The changes seek to ensure that the pension divisions provision in the Act remain up to date and interact appropriately with pensions administration practices and actuarial sciences. Some of the notable additions clarify that locked-in retirement accounts, or LIRAs, and life income funds are divided under Part 6 of the Act rather than Part 5, and how annuities are divided when spouses separate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Attorney. Member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and to the Attorney for her remarks on second reading with regard to Bill 17. I think it's fair to say that the area of the law that we are dealing with here is applicable to people who are generally experiencing one of the most emotional times in their life. I dare say in this day and age, there's probably no one who either hasn't directly themselves experienced the breakdown in a family relationship or doesn't know someone who has. And so many people
are able to view this area of the law through the lens of personal experience, and some of us are able to view it not just through that lens, but through a professional lens of having been involved in, sadly, the litigation that sometimes follows to settle the matters that require settlement when that relationship breaks down. I say that because to a certain extent, people might look at a bill like this and see the inclusion of new terminology like companion animals. I suppose the layperson's equivalent would be the word pets. And yet language in these instruments is so important that the definition of what a companion animal is and what it isn't becomes significant. And we'll spend a little bit of time in committee just exploring and verifying what is included and what happens when there is an overlap between, for example, a farm animal and a companion animal or a family pet. But these things take on, most people don't have to have explain to them the emotional attachment that exists between a family and members of a family and their family pet. That is amplified tenfold when the family unit breaks apart and decisions have to be made, obviously, about property, custody, and care for children. And I have to say, based on some experience, professional experience, it's sometimes the pet that becomes the triggering point for a more prolonged dispute between the parties that has negative consequences for everyone. And there is a theme running through the legislation that I think is an important one, and I'm grateful to the Attorney General and her staff for the opportunity we had earlier today to go through some of the technical aspects of the bill. But that theme is to try and address an uncertainty that has arisen through some of the litigation that has taken place in interpreting the existing Part 5 and Part 6 division provisions of the Act. And in the context of a relationship breakdown, a marriage or marriage-like relationship breakdown, uncertainty can be devastatingly consequential. And if we accept, as I do and used to say to people that I was assisting, when a relationship breaks down, the objective is to ensure that there is a fair settlement as between the parties and to let them get on with their lives. And that's certainly to the benefit of adult partners, and certainly to the benefit of any children that might be involved in the breakdown in that relationship. So uncertainty, creating, or the opposite of that, creating certainty for the parties involved in a breakdown is important. Creating certainty for the professionals, sometimes lawyers, sometimes counselors, who are advising those parties is important. And quite frankly, creating, to the extent that this branch of government, the legislative branch, can create certainty for the judicial branch of government. I like saying judicial branch of government because it drives judges crazy when they hear, and yet they are. They are the third branch of governing our society, and creating a measure of certainty for them as it relates to the law they are charged with interpreting and applying is, at the end of the day, also helpful. So we'll talk a little bit about in committee stage about the provisions and how they'll operate and the considerations. And there's an interesting facet, by the way, to this companion animal / pet component that I'm sure the attorney will elaborate on in the committee stage, which allows for the parties in a broken relationship to come to an agreement
and I think the terms that are used, to jointly own a pet, to share possession, I guess that means Fluffy spends 1 week with one party and another week with another party. But that can be very important for a family, especially at a time when, or to give exclusive ownership to one of the parties. The parties to a relationship can agree to those terms, but significantly, the Act makes clear that a court cannot do that. So to use the term, a court is not, under this legislation, permitted to grant joint custody of Fluffy. So I'll ask the attorney that when we get to the committee stage. I understand, I think, the legal rationale behind that, and it's one that some people may not like to hear, and that is the law deals with Fluffy as property. And under the existing laws that we have, the division of that property must be final. But it also acts as, it should act, or could act, as an incentive for people to come to their own agreement around how to deal with a family pet. And in fact, that theme, we might as well say it here, whether it is in the context of a prenuptial agreement or cohabitation agreement. I know it's really difficult to say to people who have just fallen in love and are planning their future, to have them turn their mind to what might take place if it all doesn't work out, and yet there are certain real advantages to doing that, and here is yet another piece of the menu that could be addressed in that prenuptial or cohabitation agreement, and indeed in a separation agreement if the relationship doesn't work out. The other area, and I don't want to diminish or be flippant about in any way the issue around pets, companion animals, because emotionally that can be of far more consequence than significant amounts of money, in my experience, in terms of assisting the parties and getting on with their lives and finding a settlement. But the amendments in this piece of legislation that deal with property and a situation, and when we come to the committee stage, I've already alerted the attorney's staff to the fact that I'm going to ask the attorney when we are dealing with the clauses 3 and 4 to come armed with some practical examples, because to have this conversation any kind of an abstract way is incomprehensible for not just the average person, for virtually anyone. So the scenario, the common scenario, of course, is the couple that comes together in a marriage or marriage-like relationship that is subsequently captured by the property division provisions of Part 5 or 6 of the Act, where one of the parties has brought a piece of real estate, perhaps a family home, into the relationship, and then subsequently chooses to place a partner on that title, and that triggers or has triggered a whole series of presumptions, and the one that is referred to here in the Act, the presumption of advancement, an old common law principle that can still have some very real implications at the time a relationship breaks down, because the courts have dealt with that scenario, and we'll get more specific in committee stage. The courts have dealt with it differently. And in an age when, whether we're talking about be careful what terms you use, but a first-time relationship, versus, which may or may not involve people at a younger time in their life, versus relationships, they might be second or third marriages or the equivalent of second or third marriages that happen far later in life. Having clarity and certainty, the older one gets, presumably, the more assets, the more property people may have accumulated. Having clarity around what the rules would be upon dissolution or breakdown in the relationship is clear. So to the extent that there is uncertainty in a pretty fundamental area of property division law, and the Act, with the help of the agency referred to by the minister, is seeking to address that and create more certainty. And I use that term, we're creating more certainty. We are not, in my view, creating absolute certainty, because in the sections of the legislation, clause 6, there is an expansion of the range of considerations that a court can bring, but these are still subjective matters. So one likes to think that, I always took the view that in these situations, the best service lawyers could render was to provide their clients with sound advice that led to a settlement that didn't require litigation. But that's not always the case, and that does require reasonableness on the part of both parties. But for the lawyers that might worry there won't be anything to argue about, Clause 6 still leaves some room for the clever advocacy skills of those who do find themselves before the courts on behalf of their clients, which then takes me to, Mr. Speaker, the provisions dealing with pensions, and it's interesting. I'll make this confession, although I'm a little bit embarrassed given my age. I probably should have known what a life income fund and a LIRA was or is, and as the years go by, that becomes far more relevant to my considerations. But I didn't until a friend of mine drew it to my attention, and not in the context of this legislation, but because of some research and work that they were undertaking. And pets are important. The parts of this bill that deal with the notion of advancement are important. Arguably, from a fiscal point of view, this could be the most important provision of all, because ensuring that there is clarity around how the pension asset, is divided between parties is fundamentally important. And as I understand, the lack of clarity or the confusion that has arisen relating to LIFs, LIRAs, and annuities has caused a lot of consternation. And the fact that different courts at different times have chosen to divide these assets either pursuant to the rules under Part 5 or Part 6. And what I'll ask the minister to confirm the attorney to confirm when we get to the committee stage, is that this represents a clear direction to the court that these parts of the pension asset are to be dealt with under Part 6 as parts of the pension. And where this becomes relevant, of course, is, I shouldn't say of course, I would not have known this but for the intervention of my friend a week or two ago. in an age when it has become more common to take a commuted value of a pension, and this can amount to significant amounts of money. So the person that says, rather than wait until I'm 60 or 65, whatever the age is to be in collecting my monthly pension at age 45, I'm going to take X amount. And the mechanism by which that is calculated is horrifically complicated. And involves everything from bond returns and interest rates, and I won't even begin to try and communicate the formulas that the actuaries would use to calculate that amount on behalf of a pension plan. But what is far more relevant is, as between the two parties, one of whom may have a legitimate claim to a portion of that amount, because the rules around pension entitlement as it relates to the monthly payment are pretty clear. A spouse has an entitlement based on the amount of time that they were together prior to separation, and that's generally fairly straightforward when calculating a percentage of the monthly amount. But what if one of the separating parties decides to take the commuted value? And what happens then? And as I understand, and again, the minister can confirm this during the committee stage, the inequity or the unfairness that has at times arisen is where that lump sum payment and taking the commuted value involves a portion of that pension entitlement going into a life income fund, and then a portion coming by way of cash into a LIRA. But it would be unfair to simply apply a 50% division to that amount in situations where the parties had not been together very long. So we'll explore that in the committee stage of discussion around this bill. But given the age demographic of our society, and I take it the increasing tendency on the part of many to seek the commuted value of their pension in advance of the pension date, which triggers the creation of these funds, the Life Income Fund and the LIRA. It's important that we have that everyone have a clear understanding at the time that relationship breakdown occurs as to what the entitlements are, so that that part of the property division can take place on a definitive and accurate and fair basis. So I think it is fair to say, Mr. Speaker, that in the opposition believes it understands most of what is intended with the legislation, and understands that insofar as, and accepts it insofar as creating certainty where uncertainty presently exists, that is a beneficial thing. We'll want to ensure in our committee stage debate that the wording around the legislation actually accomplishes what we are told the intention is. And as always, it's tricky. We'll want to make sure we're not inadvertently condemning Fluffy to a life of hell by inadvertently neglecting some provision of what a court should consider in dealing with that situation. But it'll be, I think, a fairly technical discussion, but one that I think will assist people if we are able to do so on the strength of specific examples that point to what the regime will look like when, as I expect, this bill and the laws proposed within it become part of the property division regime within British Columbia. Those are my comments, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Seeing no further speakers, does the Minister wish to close debate?
Thank you. I look forward to to our committee stage, and I have to thank the member for speaking about the areas and clarifying where any further comments or discussion might be. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move second reading.
Members, the question is second reading of Bill 17. Those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you. I call continued committee of the whole, Bill 14.
Thank you, members. It'll take a few moments to just get us adjusted for committee. Just suggest a brief recess. All right, members. Yes, here we are. I'd like to call this committee into session. Here, looking at committee stage of Bill 14, Miscellaneous Statutes Modernization Amendment Act 2023. And we are on Clause 1, and I recognize the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And I really appreciate the opportunity yesterday just to ask those reassuring questions, and appreciated the Minister's answer just about the rights of individuals and how they will be maintained and upheld, even with the the language being changed. So that gives a lot of comfort. My last question is this, and that is this process of inclusive language actually supported by any funding that will then go to help all of the regulators and all of the different programming, et cetera, adjust to the inclusive language?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. This work on these particular pieces of legislation is complete, so there's no additional work that's required, and there are no specific implications in regards to programming, and thus, for that reason, there's no financial attachment to this bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, shall clause 1 through 1201 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall the title pass? Aye. So ordered. All right. Minister.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete. No.
Sorry, and division was called. No?
No.
Sorry, division has been called, members. Thank you. All right, thank you, members. The question is, shall the committee rise and report Bill 14 complete without amendment? All those in favor, rise. Thank you. All those opposed, please rise. Thank you. Honorable Clerk.
Nemine contradicende.
Thank you, members. Report to the Speaker.
Here.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee reports Bill 14 complete without amendment and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Now.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Division has been called. Members? Members, do we have an agreement to waive the time? Thank you. But you'll be announcing? Members, the question is the third reading of Bill 17. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Oh, Bill 14. Somebody gave me 17. Okay, Bill 14, Miscellaneous Statutes and Modernization Amendment Act 2023. Please be seated. All those opposed, please rise or indicate. Motion carried. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Oops, thank you. Nemine contradicende.
Bill 14, Miscellaneous Statutes and Modernization Amendment Act 2023 has been read third time and has passed. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call Committee of the Whole on Bill 13.
Committee chairs.
We'll call the committee to order. We are dealing with Bill 13, Pay Transparency Act, and I'll ask the minister if she'd like to introduce staff. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today I have Asha Bhatt, the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Gender Equity Office, and Alison Dudley, Executive Director of the Gender Equity Office, and of course our Parliamentary Secretary for Gender Equity is with us as well.
Thank you, Minister. Shall Clause 1 pass, recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start off by just asking, some pretty big questions on the definitions, etc. And we're going to start with just on the actual thresholds that are described. I'd love to know how the minister actually chose those thresholds based on business sizes, and was the industry or industries in general consulted?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, the industry was consulted. Consultations were held with small, medium, and large size businesses across the province. Thresholds were determined to ensure businesses of smaller sizes could ease into the reporting system, and then year-by-year reporting could also be fine-tuned to ensure that there was a seamless process for small businesses. We started with larger businesses because they obviously had they had larger human resource offices, so that they could more readily engage with the system.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. I'm curious, were the findings of the industry consultative process ever made public in any sort of a document or report?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the findings were made public, or the findings the consultation paper was made public. It was posted, but not the actual findings. What we heard report wasn't part of the process, but what was heard was definitely part of how the legislation was formed.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Is it possible for the Minister to provide that report?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And notes from the consultation process have not been made public.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Could the Minister please specify how many businesses will be captured at each stage of the phasing in of this Act? So, for example, under 3A, for 2024, 1,000 or more, just how many businesses does that represent across British Columbia? In B, for 2025, 300 or more, how many businesses are represented in that number?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So in stage one, it covers approximately 8 employers, 3% of the workforce. Stage 2, it covers approximately 172 employers, 33% of the workforce. Stage 3 covers 700 employers, approximately 46% of the workforce. And the final stage, stage 4, covers approximately 8,537 employers, 65% of the workforce.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks for the answer and the statistics. Could the Minister also please specify how many employees Do you have the number of employees? We've got the percentage of employees, but do you have the actual number of employees that will be captured at each stage?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we don't have the exact numbers, but it's felt that by the end of the process, we'll have covered about 1.5 million employees.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Will franchises such as McDonald's, Boston Pizza, Subway, will they be considered one employer, or will they be considered multiple employers? So are they covered under 3A, or would they be covered under like 3D?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So with franchises, locations are typically independently owned and operated, so the individual employers, the franchisees or business owners, would be responsible for producing their own reports if they individually meet the employee threshold numbers at the location or locations that they operate. For instance, Subway Canada would not be required to produce a report on behalf of all of its franchise locations in BC. The responsibility would rest with the individual employers.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Is there a risk, Minister, that some of them might not even have to report then because they would be under that 50 threshold?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So by the fourth year of this rollout, if they had 50 or more employees, they would have to report. And it's something that we're going to be looking at and fine-tuning as this process moves forward, if that's a number we would like to change or just to see how it's going to work.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I definitely understand the delicacy of not burdening very small businesses and enterprises with a level of bureaucracy that is difficult for them, right? I mean, they don't have the staff to try and report out and et cetera, et cetera. So I understand the difficulty. It's just that when we have a large number of them that could be under that 50 threshold, that is somewhat could be problematic just in terms of a population that would not be part of the numbers or part of the reporting data that we'd have. I'm going to move on, though, to the next question and ask, the employer health tax actually currently considers related enterprises as one single business for accessing taxable payroll. So will there be a similar principle applied for this legislation, or will businesses be considered separately?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I thank the member. It's a good question. So details will be refined in legislation, but it's also why we will be in communication with employers to make sure that we're determining the best way to move forward with the legislation and get the reporting done that needs to be done.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify what I'm hearing from the Minister, so right now that determination has not yet been made?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So each business would be considered separately. However, if when this is something that it's under consideration under the regulations, not legislation. So we want to make sure that we determine the best path forward for employers.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So will the minister be devoting any resources to helping smaller enterprises prepare for the legislation being phased in? I'll note that there's 8,537 of those, smaller businesses, those 50 to 300 that are in that number or in that range. So are there any resources that are devoted to helping small businesses with this? And if so, does the minister have a financial estimate?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So as these will be the things that we undertake as we move forward, but the Ministry of Finance has a dedicated webpage to explain the requirements under the Pay Transparency Act. It's easily searchable from the ministry's homepage or by entering Pay Transparency BC Government into a search engine. If an employer goes onto the site and doesn't find the information they're looking for, they can email ministry staff directly, and the email is paytransparency@gov.bc.ca. And the information could be posted on the site. We've already answered a number of questions that have come from employers, and we are looking to respond to employers very quickly.
Recognizing the member, House Leader, third party.
Thank you. In reflecting on this bill and in reflecting on how I wanted to approach what has been offered, I provided my second reading remarks some day ago. I'm not sure which one it was now, but it was a while ago now. And I think it's important to first acknowledge that there is a step being taken, but it doesn't, in my opinion, go far enough. I have both a son and a daughter, and I was thinking about this over the spring break, that my partner and I have raised our kids to be equity between our two children. There isn't those traditional divides in our family that the boys go with the dad and the girls go with there isn't that. I see my children as equal in my eyes. They both have their own strengths. They both have their own weaknesses. They're individuals, but they're equal in my mind. But my children are going to have remarkably different experiences because one of them is identified as my son and one of them is identified as my daughter. And that's just the world that they are going into. And as we navigate this pay transparency legislation, it to me is very challenging to think that we are only taking a moderate step forward to be able to say to my daughter that she's not going to expect to earn less than her brother in her life. And the other thing, too, that is interesting is as we watched and listened to the debates that have come from this bill, and I think I should frame this as well in a conversation that I had yesterday with the nurses at the BC Nurses Union. We were talking about all sorts of things around the employment. That if my daughter chooses to be working in what is seen as traditionally women's work, nurses, ECEs, teachers, she can also expect to have a more expensive education. than if her brother chooses, for example, or even if she chooses for that matter, to become a welder, a plumber, or an electrician, traditionally seen as men's work. We have two completely different systems. An apprentice for a plumber can get paid while they go to school, and they go to school for a much shorter period of time. An ECE, which we need many, many thousands of in this province, can expect to be paying to go to school. A nurse, when they're at the end as a fourth-year nurse, will pay to work. So I think that as we are looking at equity, or transparency in this bill, but equity in general, we still have a long way to go in this province to ensure that this world is equitable, truly inclusive. And so for me, just wondering what it was, just to the minister, why the choice was to go with pay transparency legislation, not pay equity legislation, or not what many jurisdictions in the province have, and that are two companion bills that have pay equity and pay transparency.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the member for the question. And I understand where he's coming from. I have 4 kids and 9 grandkids. I was very proud that my oldest granddaughter went to work in shutdowns in tech, Cominco, and the pulp mill in the last couple of years. Jobs that are not seen as typically for young women. She held her own, and she came home very proud to let me know that there was quite a number of young women that were working the shutdowns in what would have been seen as traditionally male jobs. She also has a grandmother who's one of BC's first female power engineers, so I know what it's like to work in a sector that's traditionally seen as so-called men's work. But I also know that I made the same wages as men did when I worked, and she makes the same wages as men did when she worked, which is because they were large companies. Large companies that had agreed, that were making sure that happened. So I hope by the time that the members' children go to work in the industry, that this bill will be finally fully implemented, because this bill is the first step in pay equity. It's to ensure pay equity across all sectors. But it's important work to advance pay equity in BC, and it strikes a good balance between the interests of advocates, employers, and employees. And it'll be a critical new tool in our work that our government is doing to address the pay equity gap. It's also been shown in other jurisdictions that have very similar legislation. It is helping with the pay equity gap, and that is another reason why we're moving forward with this first very important step.
Member.
There are many hazards just to even have this conversation. I don't want to assume that there are the traditional roles and the traditional views, and that's, I think, the frame that I'm asking, and that I asked that question in, recognizing, of course, that there's a choice to work in any industry, and in fact encouraged to. And so I appreciate the response from the minister. But why is it that this government chose to take, after so many months, after so many years of this being put in front of this government, why is it that this government chose to take a modest step forward rather than just delivering both what I think you see other jurisdictions in this country delivering both pay transparency and pay equity?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And this is a first important step. So a key goal of this legislation is to shed light on the pay gap and to empower job seekers and employees in their job search and in the pay negotiation process. Enhancing the transparency of employer pay practices, it can expose wage discrimination, and this can empower employees to demand equal pay at the workplace and nudge employers to do more to ensure their pay practices are free of discrimination. So addressing the pay gap requires an all-of-government approach. We are already making progress in narrowing the pay gap through investments in training, education, and childcare, and through our increases to the minimum wage. I mean, 75% of the people that entered the workforce last year were women, and that was directly attributed to our childcare programs. Paid transparency legislation is going to be another critical tool that we can use to shine a light on that gap and decrease it.
Member.
Why not, along with pay transparency legislation, include pay equity legislation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. This is the first step. We're taking this all under consideration, working with employers, employees as we transition to stage 4, and this is the first step.
Member.
Thank you. So the reality is that when this legislation came out, there was quite a lot said about it. The fact that this government hasn't brought forward pay equity legislation for us, but has instead taken, as the minister frames it, as a first step, that doesn't include pay equity, but does include pay transparency, it puts the burden back on the worker to an extent. I'm going to table an amendment to Clause 1. This amendment, just want to make sure that I give, thanks. This amendment adds pay equity to the list of the director's responsibilities. It expands the definition of pay and changes the time frame for reporting. Stakeholders have called for this change. An open letter from over 125 individuals and organizations stated that, quote, the legislation should require transparency of total annual compensation, including all bonuses and non-monetary benefits and perks. This information should be tied to job titles and descriptions of core duties. Understanding total compensation is necessary to ensure pay equity. And that's the reason why I'm moving the amendment to these definitions. Pay needs to be broadened to include compensation other than wage and salary, including benefits, pensions, and other items that cannot be captured through simple definition of pay. It would be better to use the word compensation, which you will see is being done in the definition D, under pay, section D. Compensation means all payments and benefits paid or provided to or for the benefit of a person who performs functions that entitle the person to be paid a fixed or ascertainable amount. Also move the change to the timeframes for reporting. The current time frame is very long for such slight legislation. Experts and stakeholders called for this legislation to apply broadly across the economy. They state that pay transparency should be mandatory for all employers with 10 or more employees across all sectors. Pay equity is needed in organizations of all sizes.
Thank you, member. My ruling is that the amendment is in order. We'll take a short recess to ensure everyone has a copy, and then we'll come back into committee. Thank you. Order. House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would want to just make sure that I use the correct language, that I am moving the amendment that has now been shared with the clerk and the clerk's table. And second, I seek leave to make an introduction. I have no idea who's sitting in the gallery this afternoon, but there's a whole bunch of people that showed up in our gallery, and I just wanted to welcome you here while we're debating Bill 13. This is the Pay Transparency Act, and we're in the committee stage of the debate. This is where we go through clause by clause of this bill, and where we understand what the intention of the government, the minister, is, and where the members of the opposition, which you see sitting here on, go through each clause to ask questions about the intention of it. So welcome to our House, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Oh, maybe we can all make them feel welcome. There.
On the amendment, recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the member for the amendment, but we will not be supporting this amendment. It too quickly accelerates the implementation of the reporting, and it will place an undue burden on small businesses, especially, to adapt to this new model that is being proposed. And we've heard very clearly from small businesses that they need some time to carry forward with with what we are proposing, and we want to make sure that we support everyone so that it gets done in the right way.
Recognizing the House Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you, and I hear the minister's response. I do think it needs to be put on the record that that women in this province in particular have been waiting for this for a long time. And to think that this amendment would speed it up, this process for this legislation, at least for this first step of the legislation, has been in the process for 6 years, perhaps. It is a remarkable step back from what the predecessors of this BC NDP government, the previous version back in the 1990s, early 2000s, had implemented with pay equity legislation. I recognize the impact that this has on business, but to think that we're essentially saying that the burden then should be carried by women in this society. So I don't accept the reason why the government will not vote for this. Of course, I support it, and it's disappointing that the government's view of this is that we're moving too quickly. Because I think, in the grand scheme of things, when you look at the fact that this is a process that started, I mentioned in my second reading debate speech a number of former BC NDP MLAs and cabinet ministers that were talking about that process 22 years ago, starting 25 years in advance. So this is not a fast process. This is painfully slow.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just ask, am I able to actually speak to the amendment at this point? Thank you. So I'll just take a couple seconds. I need a little bit more time to digest, as to whether or not we'll consider support. But I do want to make a couple of comments to what I'm hearing from my other opposition colleague from the third party. And that is that women have been waiting. And as a woman, I can tell you, women have been waiting. They have been waiting for as long as I have been an adult, which is about 25 years. And I could go back and give a history lesson on all of the things that we have come and have been able to do over the course of my lifetime, and the measures that have been put into place in my lifetime. And I know that I would not be where I am today without the pioneers who went before me. And what I want in this bill, and what I see in this bill, is another step, another measure, another amount forward for women. And as I have researched this over, these measures over the course of the last 15 years, I know that there are some dangers with pay equity acts and measures and laws. And the dangers come from things like pay compression that can happen when laws are not thoughtfully and carefully and measured out in accordance with how it should be. And I want to talk just briefly, because I know that we've been speaking about what happened in 2001 and the measures that were brought forward and then not. I'm actually very happy that they were not brought forward in 2001, that those measures were taken away. Because as I reviewed what was passed back in 2000 and 2001, I actually called them like the tattletale bill. It was this bill that you, as a female, would have to go and then prove that you had been unduly treated and that your pay was not equal. There were so many flaws with that. So I actually celebrate that this is going to be phased in. I liked the minister's answer that there is going to be an iterative process on the regulations and that there will be lessons learned from the biggest companies who have the easiest time in terms of reporting and data and making sure that all of those tweaks and nuances are there. I do think that there are some things that could be improved upon, and I'm appreciative of the process, and I like that during this committee phase we're going to be drilling down into some of those aspects. But I think that where we ended up in terms of the phase is not too long. I do believe that already I've been getting emails from businesses who are like, how do I do this? Where do I report? There's an eagerness. But there's also a fear and trepidation. How do I do this? What do I report? And companies that are going to struggle with the capacity to actually report. So I like the approach that we're taking today. I need time to consider whether or not we support the amendment. But I did want to just say that pay transparency and pay transparency legislation is the mechanism to get to pay equity as a concept. And it has been proven through jurisdictions that we have already got pay transparency legislation in place that gap narrows. And it narrows significantly by almost 40%. So I don't necessarily agree with my colleague from the third party. And I do think that this is a measured step that balances both the end goal as well as the disruption and the positive disruption that this will create.
Seeing no further speakers to the amendment. The motion is approval of the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion does not carry. It's defeated on division.
And then back to clause 1.
So we're back on clause 1, recognizing the House Leader for the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. And I think that we are achieving what we need to achieve here, which is a discussion about this and the choices that were made, and clearly the options that are in front of this government. So I think we're moving through this process as we should, and it's nice to hear the responses from the official opposition and from the government. I am going to move a second amendment to Clause 1, and this is in part because one of the challenges that the Act as Bill 13 is currently is that it doesn't have a purpose of the Act. And so that's what the amendment that I've just shared with the table accomplishes. Stakeholders have called for purpose to be identified in the Act. And basically what this amendment outlines is the purpose of the Act is to promote equality in employment through increased transparency of pay and workforce composition, to work toward pay equity legislation, and to support open dialogue and workplace consultation between employers and employees on issues concerning employment compensation. Marjorie Griffin-Cohen and Humaira Jabber have noted how important it is to understand what the Act intends to accomplish and to have an idea of what would be the basis for the 5-year review that is in this Act. These objectives reflect the government's reported reasoning for doing it, and that's the reason why I've moved this amendment.
I'm going to call a short recess in order to distribute the amendment. I'll call the committee back to order. The amendment is in order, and we are not actually amending Clause 1, we're adding Clause 1.1. So on the amendment, are there speakers? House Leader for the third party.
Appreciate the nuanced correction. Thank you for that. Adding section 1.1, I've stated what it is that I would like to see in the bill that's in front of us, and I don't have anything further to say.
Recognizing the member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I was just over while we were photocopying the amendments, chastising the leader, or sorry, the House Leader for the third party as to not getting me amendments faster. That I could have reviewed them and possibly, lobbied through my caucus to try and rally some support. But unfortunately, I'm getting these kind of at the 11th hour, so I won't be able to support them on behalf of my caucus at this point.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I think it's very clear upon reading the Act that it has been written to address the pay gap through pay transparency report. And as I said, this is an important first step. We need to ensure due diligence is in this legislation, which is so that we can ensure that we move forward in a good way, so that this is the ultimate goal, is to ensure pay transparency and work that through to the in the 4-year stage.
Seeing no further speakers, the question is on the amendment of Bill 13. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. Motion is defeated.
On division.
On division.
Back to clause 1.
Back to clause 1. Shall clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall clause 2 pass? Recognizing Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Chair. In reading, and this gets down into the meat of this legislation, and in reading it, you know, with respect to the publicly posted job opportunities, my first question will start with a real high level, and that is, what are the penalties for contravening this section?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this legislation is about building a better system, and while reporting is mandatory under the legislation, we're taking a collaborative approach through public education and positive enforcement, where the director will remind employers of their obligation through this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So there is a reminder that's given by the director, and that's really the only form of enforcement in terms of publicly posting job salary scales.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the director will be responsible for providing support to employers to meet their obligations under the Act. This support will involve providing information on the Act through website information and responding to employer questions. The director will also receive information from employees about employers who are not complying with their obligations under the Act, allowing the director to monitor and track noncompliance. The director will be responsible for producing annual reports and potentially supporting a review of the Act within 5 years. The director will also follow up with the employer to provide information on its obligations under the Act, as I said. The director will also track and monitor reports of noncompliance and use this information to inform annual reports and a review of the Act, which has to be completed within the 5 years.
Member.
So there will be a tracking system then that will create data as to which companies are reporting and which companies are not reporting. Am I understanding that correctly?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the director will track any reports of noncompliance and follow up with them. And it's important that that we recognize that the public education is important, that the work that's going to be done by the director is important, and the director will be responsible for reminding employers that this is their obligation under the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And to the Minister, so I'll build the scenario. How does the director actually become aware of a company that is not posting a salary scale on their job postings?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So complaints will be received through the Gender Equity Office or directly to the Director of Gender Equity.
Member.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you, Minister. So the director will not be proactively mining Indeed or mining different HR companies' postings, et cetera, to find companies who are not complying and then encourage them to comply.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the ministry will take an approach of positive encouragement to ensure that the legislation is being followed. And if there is a complaint, the director will follow up on those complaints.
Member.
Thank you. And to the Minister, are there any resources that will be allocated that will allow this process to occur?
Minister.
Thank you. So is the member talking about resources for someone to make a complaint or resources for the office? I just like some clarification on the question.
Member.
Thanks. And absolutely. So the process for the office to actually be able to field those complaints and then follow up and do the due diligence, et cetera, and try and I believe it was called support compliance.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And a pay transparency unit is being established to carry out this very important work, including the public education.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. And to the Minister, where under the budget does the pay transparency unit fall within? And how much is allocated to the pay transparency unit?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I believe that would be a good question for estimates.
Member.
Considering it's still the same minister and the same staff, I just thought, save us both a little time there, I guess. But much appreciated. I will definitely make note of that one. So my next question is actually to go to some of the changes that could transpire with these public postings. And so my question to the minister is, how might including salary ranges in job postings affect the hiring process and the decision-making for employers?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Chair. That's actually beyond the scope of the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So the minister doesn't have any anticipation or expectation for how actually posting the salary scales will affect the hirings of those organizations.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And that would be up to the each individual employer, something that their human resource units would determine. And again, it's with the out of the scope of the legislation.
Member.
Thank you so much, Chair. So how does the minister then anticipate that including salary ranges and job postings will impact the overall culture and values of the organizations within BC?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So posting clearly the pay range within a job posting, it empowers the applicant in their negotiations, particularly women, Indigenous people, and racialized people, in making strong decisions on their employment and their job search, which strengthens their negotiating position.
Member.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Minister, for the answer to how it would affect the employee, but I was actually asking about how it would affect the organization. How does having that posted affect the values and culture of an organization that is having to post that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So values and cultures of employers is out of the scope of this legislation, but some employers are definitely interested in using pay transparency as a marketing tool to attract talent and showcase themselves as a top employer, especially in a market that we have in our province where we have some of the lowest employment in the country, lowest unemployment, thank you, Chair, lowest unemployment in the country, and employers are looking for good qualified employees and offering those good positions, wages and benefits to attract them.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Minister there. Could posting the salary ranges in job postings lead to any regulatory or legal challenges for employers, such as claims of wage fixing or collusion?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to thank the member for raising the issue. We can definitely take this into consideration as we move towards regulations. We're not alone on this journey. Other jurisdictions have already implemented legislations in North America have implemented legislations like this and have already adopted best practices, and we're looking forward to making sure that we're in close conversation with employers as this legislation is implemented across the board of the different employers and over the 4-year period.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I certainly don't envy the task of the office. It's going to be a lot of moving parts for some time. My next question for the Minister is, how will the definitions be monitored? Or like within the job postings, what's to preclude a posting for a role that might have similar job description or similar scope, but is just named or titled something different. And I'll give an example. Like you have an HR generalist or an HR manager or an HR administrator or an HR director, but all of those could have similar scope and roles depending on the company that they work for. Is there anything within this aspect in terms of the expected salary posting that will also say, yes, you should also post the other aspects so that they can be comparable as well?
Minister.
This is out of scope for the legislation. The intent is to create transparency and making sure that employers are implementing it. We are not going to be making sure that there's some consistency of job descriptions across the province for every employer, that there's some similarity in job descriptions across the province.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. What happens if there's a salary scale that's posted and an employer exceeds that salary scale? Is there any need for transparency on that aspect, or is it just simply the posting of the salary scale?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. So we are going to rely on employers' good faith that they post accurately their pay gaps. The reports will be posted publicly, and it would be a significant reputational risk to an employer to post a false report. So I'm thinking that the member is suggesting that they post a pay gap and then after the fact they pay differently. That's what we're reading from that question.
Member, Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I was asking about the posting. So on the posting, on the advertised job that an employer is looking for, let's use the HR manager again, they say there's a salary range of 68 to $90,000. What happens if the employer then decides they have a star candidate that walks through the door, absolutely exceptional, incredible experience, amazing references, etc., but that particular employee says, no, I want 100,000 instead of the 68 to 90. Is there anything to preclude that employer from going beyond the posted salary scale?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the legislation says only the expected salary is required to be posted. If an employer wants to pay more, we're not going to deny them that right to pay more. That's an employer's opportunity.
Member.
Thank you for the answer to that question. The last one that I have on this clause 2 is just how might including salary ranges and job postings vary across industries? Is there, and from what I'm hearing from the minister's answers, and I want to make sure that I'm hearing correctly, is that there's not going to be any sort of regulations around what they have to post or what that particular job means in their industry, et cetera. It's more just around the salary scale expectations for a particular role or posting.
Yeah.
Minister.
Yes, that's accurate.
House Leader, third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question through you to the Minister. Can the Minister give an example of a situation exempt from regulation? This clause opens with unless exempted by regulation. What is considered in that?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So, well, the ministry doesn't anticipate needing to grant many exemptions. This was created as a pathway, a regulatory pathway, to allow this in case an employer or a class of employers is able to clearly demonstrate that the requirement poses a significant burden or obstacle in their recruitment process or business operations. But we don't anticipate needing to grant many oppositions or exemptions, if any.
Member. We might not, we do consider that because it's in this legislation that unless exempted by regulation. So we have actually considered it. We just don't have any clear understanding of what would be considered. So can the minister provide clarity on what is considered in this? In order to write this, you have to have, I think, some idea of what might be considered to be exempted from regulation. What are those things? When I say you, I mean the minister, of course. Sorry.
I appreciate it. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So when this was written, the members' rate exemptions would be introduced through legislation or regulation, but what we took into consideration that there could be possible hardship, that we needed to just keep that in mind, and that the regulations that would be developed to address that.
Member.
Thank you. Can the minister outline what types of hardships might be considered and what the process is to consider those hardships kind of in an open and transparent way? This is pay transparency legislation. What's the transparency around that decision-making process?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, we will consider developing regulations as if a need presents itself. And we look forward to continued discussions with employers as we implement the legislation.
Member.
We got a situation here in 2023 where we're trying to ensure that people are not going to be paid based on their gender, their status, underpaid for work of equal value. And I mean, I've already raised the points the concerns that I have with respect to the fact that I don't believe that this legislation goes far enough. And now what we have is a rather vague say, and I understand why these are in lots of the bills that we put, but until I'm able to be, until there's I think an example of what it is that might be exempted, basically what we're doing here is we're saying that we're going to continue to perpetuate, we're creating pay transparency legislation, we're going to continue to perpetuate a scenario in which it's acceptable for employers to make an argument that, and there might be a perfectly good example of this, and that's what I'm looking for here. What is the perfectly good example where in 2023 it's acceptable for a class of employers to come up and say, you know what, we're going to continue to hide what the payment that the compensation that we pay for different employees. What I'm seeking from the minister is an example. Otherwise, to me, it seems like we should be making sure that all employers, all classes of employers are required to follow this to ensure that there isn't disparity and inequity in our society.
Minister.
Again, the ministry doesn't anticipate the need to grant any exceptions. It just allows an opportunity for the discussion to happen if it is requested.
Member.
Thank you. Can the minister outline what that discussion would look like and what the decision-making process would be in order to draft a regulation? What parameters would be considered? And what level of transparency would there be for the public, which is ultimately who this is for, to ensure that the inequities that are in our society don't continue to persist? There's been no clarity on what the decision-making process of this is. It's just a completely blank canvas.
Minister.
That's a process that will be developed through regulations.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you. I'm going to move on. I'm not going to get any more clarity on this, it seems. I'm just wondering if I heard correctly early on in the questions from the member from the official opposition asking about compliance and enforcement of this. Just to be clear, there are no compliance, real strict or enforcement or penalties for not complying with this clause in this bill. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And we are taking an approach of positive enforcement and education.
Member.
Thank you. Positive enforcement, through you to the minister, positive enforcement meaning what? What would examples of positive enforcement look like?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the director will be responsible for providing support to employers to meet their obligations under the Act. This support will include providing information on the Act through the website information, as well as responding to employer information. If they're contacted, they'll be providing the information to the employers.
Member.
Thank you. I'm just going to read this into the record, and then we can move on. I just want to go back to the morning sitting of March 22nd, 2001, when Graham Bowbrook tabled the former version of legislation brought in by the former BC NDP government. For those who say that the legislation isn't required and that pay equity can be achieved voluntarily, I guess the question is, how much longer will it take? Are there any estimates? Do those who argue for a voluntary approach have an answer for the women of this province? Can they go out to those women and say, hold on, legislation isn't required because we estimate at the current rate that in 10 years there will be pay equity in this province? I haven't heard that. And if it can be added to this debate, I think it would be a useful thing 22 years ago.
Thank you, Member. Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 3, Member for Kelowna Mission on Clause 3.
Thank you, Chair. And to the Minister, what recourse do employees have in the case that pay history information about themselves is asked for, pay history information, is asked for from them?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the Director will follow up with the employer to provide information on its obligations under the Act, and the Director will also track and monitor reports of non-compliance and use this information to inform annual reports and a review of the Act, which must be completed within 5 years.
Member.
So if I understand the Minister correctly, then there is no real recourse for an employee that's being asked for their payroll or for their payment history or for their history about their pay.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And the employee can reach out to the Director. That's it's also, it works both ways for the employee as well as the employer.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And but if I understand correctly, the Minister has previously said that there are no penalties. So if the employee reaches out to the Director and says, I've been asked for my employment history, there is no real penalty for the employer. Do I understand that correctly?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Director would remind the employer of their obligations under the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So are there any resources in addition to what we've already discussed in terms of the office and the Director for the Pay Transparency Division? Are there any further resources that will be allocated to the answering of these complaints from both employer or employee?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. It'll be managed by the Director and the Pay Transparency Unit.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And the Minister then will also canvass the Pay Transparency Office or sub-office and during estimates as to what the resource allocations are. Is that correct as well?
Minister.
We're not quite sure what the member's asking. If she's asking about a budget issue, yes, that would be best asked through the estimates process.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm actually asking about the resources that are going to be allocated towards the facilitation of this act and of this bill. So yes, who are the, how many directors? One director, are there other office staff? There's a lot, we're only 3 clauses in, and there's a lot of director will be calling and be answering, and that, there's going to be a lot of in the numbers that we added up at the first, in the very first go, there's over almost 10,000 businesses. Those are a lot of phone calls. That's a lot of follow-up. That's a lot of correspondence. And my question is, what resources are going to be allocated to make sure that this happens seamlessly and that those iterative processes of the regulations will transpire as promised?
Minister.
This is the work of the Pay Transparency Director and the Pay Transparency Unit, and the actual funding requirements are best asked under estimates.
Shall clause, member Saanich North and the Islands, third party House Leader.
That's all of them. As it's turning out, I mean, there are no real enforcements. What happens if a reminded employer continues to ignore the reminders?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. So again, this is a first step. And again, will be a process of education, public education, making sure that we can bring employers along and who will happily want to engage in this process. There's been discussions and consultations had with small, medium, and large employers. We're starting with the Crown, the biggest employers and the Crown agencies, to make sure that we're moving this in the right direction. It's a first step. We want to make sure that this is done right. We want to make sure that there's due diligence done when we're developing the regulations, that we're having those conversations with employers, with employees, and the reports will be publicly every year. The reports would be publicly posted so that people can see what, and people, I think, employers will use this as an opportunity to attract employees to their work sites.
Member.
Oh, you're sitting, sorry. Didn't know if I jumped up too quick. I find that that kind of an interesting argument to use to defend the first step, that this is going to be something, a tool that employers are going to use to attract. Employers that are already operating on the equity ethic are already paying their employees equal pay for equal work. That's already happening. And they will already be able to be doing that. It doesn't need pay transparency legislation in order for the employers who are operating from this ethic already to be able to, other than maybe a report at the end of the year to show it, without any enforcement of this. This bill is for those that are not. And I agree, this is one extremely modest step. This is simply saying, make a report, and then, if you're not in compliance, we'll give you a call. If you're not in compliance, we'll give you another call. There's nothing in here that requires it's required to be transparent, but there's no enforcement mechanisms in this, just phone calls.
Minister.
This is a first step. It has been proven to work in other jurisdictions, and there's reputational risks for employers that don't comply.
Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. On Clause 4, shall member for Kelowna Mission.
Thank you so much, Chair. So in Clause 4, we have things that an employer must not do. They can't dismiss, suspend, demote, discipline, harass, or otherwise disadvantage an employee or threaten to do so because the employee has made inquiries as to the employer about the employee's pay or disclosed information, made inquiries about the employer about pay transparency report, asked the employer to comply, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll ask a similar set of questions to the previous ones, and that is, what recourse do employees have if, in this case, that this occurs?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. They can contact the director, and the director will remind the employer of their obligations under this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Are there going to be considerations for penalties at any time through regulation in the iterative process that the minister noted earlier?
Minister.
So the director will consult with employers and continue to monitor the implementation. The legislation requires that the Act will be reviewed within 5 years to determine its effectiveness, and depending on the findings, the minister may consider amending the Act to provide more formal compliance and enforcement measures if that is needed. But again, in other jurisdictions where this legislation has been introduced, it hasn't been needed.
Member.
So the final question that I'll ask in this clause, I'm just alerting my very far away member of the third party there that this is my last question on this clause. What I'm hearing from the minister is that in order for a penalty to be introduced, it will come back to this House and then through legislation would have that penalty be introduced.
Minister.
Yes, if we amended the legislation, it would have to be done through a regular amendment through the legislature.
House Leader, third party.
Not that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why wouldn't this be a good opportunity to use the unless exempted by regulation type clause and say that, and give the opportunity for some kind of a penalty to be put in place through regulation if we see this being exploited.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. So as I've been saying, this is the first step with this legislation, and we are going to continue to consult with employers and provide and have input from employees as the process, the 4 stages are rolled out with the various sized employers.
Member for Kelowna Mission.
Thanks. So is it possible that the Labor Board could hear complaints stemming from this act?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the process is that if an employee has an issue, they contact the Director of Pay Transparency or the unit to follow through with their complaints.
Member.
So the Labor Board wouldn't necessarily hear a complaint. They would direct them to the director of the Pay Transparency Unit. And so that's part of my question. The second part of my question is, would this give grounds for a Human Rights Tribunal claim?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So if the employees have a complaint with the legislation, they would go through the Wage Transparency Unit to the director. But if employees experience discrimination in the workplace, including paid discrimination, they can file a claim with the BC Human Rights Tribunal.
Member. So the penalty then for an employer would be that this law would actually empower an employee on the basis of pay transparent or pay equity to have a human rights tribunal case of discrimination heard, or does that already exist?
Minister.
Exists.
Member.
Sorry. And last one, what about the Employment Standards Branch? Again, would an employee who goes to the Employment Standard Branch to say my employer isn't conforming, or I was asked about my past pay, would that be as well? Would they be instructed to then call the director of the Pay Transparency Unit?
Minister.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. Yes, it would be referred to the Wage Transparency Director.
Saanich North and the Islands.
On clause 4, Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask a similar question that I've asked. If those who are not meeting the obligations under this Act fail to meet the obligations under this Act and continue to fail to meet the obligations under this Act, there's no penalty for them to do that, and that includes if an employer knowingly disadvantages an employee who speaks out and asks about pay, wages, and pay transparency reports, there are no mechanisms to enforce this legislation. Is that correct?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, this is a first step. The employees can make sure that their complaints are heard with the director of the wage transparency, and they will wage transparency director will, or the unit will reach out to employers and ensure that they are following their obligations under this legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if the employers continue to not follow their obligations under this legislation, what recourse does that director have to seek compliance?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So there'll be an annual report by the director where they will publicly report their findings of any complaints that they have received, and there will be a formal review of the act within 5 years to determine its effectiveness and if there's changes that need to be made.
Shall Clause 4 pass? Aye. So ordered. Shall Clause 5, member for Kelowna Mission on Clause 5.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you to the Minister as well for all the answers to the questions. We as the opposition have actually tabled pay transparency legislation 6 times now. It was actually done 5 times through the former MLA for Surrey South and before she took her amazing new job, and then once by myself. Can the Minister outline what aspects of the opposition's legislation were relied on to design the pay transparency regime in BC?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So the legislation is similar to the private member's bill in that it requires employers to post pay transparency reports on their website. It creates a role similar to the Director of Pay Transparency, and it does not include formal compliance and enforcement measures. However, the proposed legislation improves on the private member's bill by including additional transparency requirements related to job postings, salary history bands, and anti-reprisal protection. It requires reporting requirements to be introduced through regulation, enabling further engagement with employers and flexibility to address reporting requirements with emerging best practices. This includes use of the new gender and sex data standard with a non-binary gender category and the future anti-racism data standard. These 2 best practices will allow us to better understand the pay gap for racialized women and non-binary people. It also states which employers the legislation will apply to over a 4-year period, phased in timeline to give employers certainty, unlike the private members legislation. Also sets the minimum threshold for reporting employers at those with 50+ employees to avoid any undue burden for small employers, and it requires an annual report and a review of the effectiveness of the Act after 5 years, within the 5-year period.
Member.
What is the prescribed information that must be included in a pay transparency report as per Section 5A?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. So it will be developed in collaboration with employers as part of the regulation development, and it'll include information on gender and pay.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. How will the prescribed information that must be included in pay transparency report be determined in terms of will it ever be amended, or will it always just be gender and pay?
Minister.
So it'll all be described and through a regulation by prescribing reporting requirements in the regulations. The ministry can be more responsive to employer and employee needs in involving best practices on data collection. And the ministry will leverage the province's new gender and sex data standard to require employers to collect pay data gap on men, women, and non-binary people at first. And in the future, we could update the regulation to ensure it aligns with the new anti-racism data standard currently being developed by the Ministry of Citizen Services under the Anti-Racism Data Act. And this would allow us to understand how race, indigeneity, and other intersectional factors aggravate the gender pay gap in BC.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. How will the aspect of experience be, if it's not in the pay transparency reporting system, in terms of we've got gender, we've got what they're paid, but it doesn't state whether or not they're a first-year graduate or a 10-year tradesperson or a 40-year senior PhD holding. There's no aspect of that actual experience that's on the pay transparency report. How will that be taken into account when, with respect to pay grades?
Minister.
Chair, and thanks to the member for raising that issue, and we'll take it into consideration as we consult with employers on the regulations.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that. I do appreciate it. What is the prescribed format for a pay transparency report as per Section 5B?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and the format will be prescribed in regulation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you. Sometimes I wish that the regulations were already known and that we could have that debate on those as well, but yes, thank you for the answer. I do want to just go back to the Minister's previous answer and really encourage us as this evolves and iterates forward, and understanding that a lot of this will be done under regulation and not under legislation. I just want to encourage that process of nuance and that process of more data, not less, and that process of really expanding the database, because I do think that the empowerment doesn't just happen with the simplistic format. It actually happens when someone could search through a database to say, I have this many years of experience, I have this, past roles, I'm looking for this type of opportunity, what sort of a salary scale should I be expecting? I think that the more that we can get to that place, and even just releasing the data, we don't even have to have the database. I truly believe that that we will have amazing innovators who will take all of the data that's provided and actually create some of those. And if you look on salary scale mappers right now, like Indeed has one, but many of the HR programs actually already do that work. So the more data that we can provide and release, and the more nuanced that data is, it actually provides better information for that empowerment process, which I think is what we're all trying to aim for the pay equity to happen. So thank you for that. What are the consequences? On to totally a different topic. So again, I'm just going to ask for on the record, what are the consequences for a reporting employer who fails to prepare a pay transparency report as required by Section 5 of the Act?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The Director will remind the employer of their obligations under the Act, and there's always the reputational risk as the reports are made public.
Member.
Thank you, and I do want to acknowledge the aspect of reputational risk. Having done my ICD director training and have been on boards for literally the last 20 years, I do understand that there's a huge reputational risk, that even outside these walls, there is more pressure on corporations today through ESG standards and measurements and new reporting systems, as well as through, just the social media aspect of how fast and how much public pressure can happen and can do. So I don't want to undervalue that, but I am asking for the record and just to make sure that we're clear on what the legislation actually prescribes. My last and final question on this section will just be, what challenges might a reporting employer face in preparing a pay transparency report, as stated either through the consultative process that was embarked upon by staff, but what might they, what has staff foreseen in terms of the difficulties that they might have in reporting, and how is that being aided?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and we'll be exploring that exact point with employers as we implement the legislation. And some employers they already have robust HR practices, and they'll find it simple to complete the reporting requirements, while others may have to update their payroll or employee data collection systems. And the ministry will strike a balance between ensuring sufficient information is captured to meet the province's transparency goals while not making the reporting process overly onerous on employers. And we want to make sure that we're implementing the legislation while working through with employers and having that collaboration with them too, because the bottom line is we want to make sure that the information is shared with everyone.
Shall Clause 5. Saanich North and the Islands on Clause 5.
Member did say that was the last question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got it. Looking at Clause 5, I don't think it's going to be any surprise to the Minister that my feeling with respect to the reporting mechanism that's been put in place here in this legislation simply doesn't go far enough. And so with that, I'm going to propose an amendment to Clause 5 and add subsection 2. believe it's subsection 2. If the pay transparency report of a reporting employer in a year demonstrates pay gaps for any group larger than the provincial average, the employer must A, prepare a plan for addressing and eliminating the identified pay gaps, and B, submit the plan to the minister on or before November 1st of that year. Mr. Chair, simply submitting a report will do little to change employer pay traditions. Therefore, it's important to require that the employer's actions change, something that I've been repeating, I think, with each section that I've spoken to. If an employer has pay gaps for any groups larger than exists as the provincial average, a plan for eliminating this gap will be submitted to the government under this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, member. We'll just take a quick look at the amendment to consider if it is in order, and then we will ensure it gets out to all members if it is indeed in order. Thank you, members. The chair agrees that this motion is in order, and we will ensure that it gets out to all members for their consideration. We're going to take a brief recess so that we can consider that amendment and get this to everybody so that they can discuss it. So this committee will be in recess until we can get it out to everyone. Thank you. All right, members, I'd like to call the committee back to order. And of course, we are now considering a proposed amendment moved by the member for Saanich North and the Islands. Are there any speakers to this proposed amendment aside from the mover? Seeing no further speakers, I guess we'll call the vote on the proposed amendment. Be amended by that Clause 5 be amended by renumbering the proposed Clause 5 as Clause 5.1 and by adding the following subsection 2. If the pay transparency report of a reporting employer in a year demonstrates pay gaps for any group larger than the provincial average, the employer must A. prepare a plan for addressing and eliminating the identified pay gaps, and B. submit the plan to the minister on or before November 1st of the year. All those in favor, please rise or indicate. Please indicate. Aye. Opposed? Nay. Motion is defeated. On division. Thank you, members. We are back to Clause 5, member for Saanich North and the Islands.
I can imagine that the response that my amendment would have got was from the government would be something along the lines of it being incrementalism at its finest here, decades in the making, that this is just a modest step forward, an initial step forward from a place that frankly, this provincial government was standing 2 decades ago. I just want to read something into the record here at this point from the Honourable Joan Smallwood, going back to April 10th of 2001. I'd like to speak briefly about the history of the journey women have undertaken both in this province and much further afield to get to this point in history. And I'd like to frame that on the comments from the member of Richmond, Stevenson, who says that this is a goofball idea. It's pretty clear that the dinosaurs way back in 1915 were raising the same kind of concerns, and I would be surprised if they were not using the same language. While it has been a long journey, there's been some improvements, but it's very clear that there has to be the political will to bring about the real changes that women need to be able to stand as equals in our society. Back in 1915, Helena Gutteridge convinced the Vancouver Labour Council that they should include in their constitution a reference to equal pay for work of equal value. Helena continued to work, and in 1919 brought women with labor together with women's groups that culminated in the very first minimum wage in British Columbia. This has been a long, long journey, one that the pace of incrementalism that we're dealing with in this, the idea that we can't amend this legislation to include stronger reporting requirements, to include any kind of enforcement whatsoever in this legislation, that's not included in the incrementalism. Evelyn Gillespie said, the undervaluation of women's work has gone on for so long it seems as if it is a truism. That's what it feels like in here today. So we're protecting some kind of truism. Continuing, it reminds me of that saying that when you tell a lie long enough, it starts to become the truth. And at this point in the game, who would be willing to eliminate a good and dependable pool of cheap labor? So where does that leave us? It leaves government with the obligation to act. This is not new legislation. Our friends at the federal level have introduced pay equity legislation. Ontario has introduced pay equity legislation. Quebec has introduced pay equity legislation, which covers both the public and the private sectors. There's a lot to learn from those provinces in the same country. So what's the excuse not to act? Well, there is no excuse. It's time to act. It's time to correct the wrongs of the past. Just give women what belongs to them and what's rightfully theirs. Mr. Chair, the fact that this amendment failed, that simply increases reporting requirements to require businesses that if they are not able to achieve the pay transparency which is required under this act, to put in place a plan to move it forward, it's inexplicable to me that A, there was not even a response, and B, that it was not even given consideration by this government.
Shall Clause 5 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 6, member for Kelowna Mission on Clause 6.
Thank you, Chair. And recognizing that there's a little bit of a time constraint that we're under, I will try and keep things moving along here. This section, though, does pose a little bit of concern. And so I'm going to start with what I think is the hardest question first. And that is on privacy. What happens when information is collected, and let's say it's all accurate, it's all great information, and let's say that an employer has 55 employees and only 4 of them are female. And I know that someone would say, well, that just doesn't happen, but let's call it a construction company. That could happen. What happens when you have such a small data selection for an organization, and then that organization posts it on their website as to what their pay scales are and their salary scales in accordance with the pay transparency reporting? What happens if those females can be identified?
Minister.
Collect gender and other prescribed information from their employees to complete the reports. However, employees will not be required to provide the information. While the employer must attempt to collect this information from employees, disclosure will be voluntary on the part of the employee in order to protect their right not to disclose sensitive aspects of their identity if they choose not to do so. Protections under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and the Personal Information Protection Act will apply to the employee personnel information. The Public Transparency Report will only display aggregate information about the pay gap with individual employers. The reporting tool will be designed to ensure that individual employee information is masked. If there are less than 10 employees in a group that has been reported on, that information will also be masked to ensure privacy.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. So my understanding, just to make sure I understood this correctly, and I do understand that it's aggregate information from the briefing that we received. I also understood that it was, that it was voluntary, so that someone didn't have to supply if necessary. So all of that's great. But you're saying now that, the Minister is saying now that there is a if it's less than 10 employees in any one category, that it will not be shown. And I guess I would ask, how does that then look for a company who all of a sudden looks like they only have male employees under the pay transparency report that they are required to post on their website? I'll give the scenario to further describe. So let's say construction company A is posting. They only have 4 female employees, 2 of which are Red Seal carpenters, and there are 20 Red Seal male carpenters. Then they have 2 office staff that are only employees. That are in their role, but there are no men in those particular roles. And then the rest of the employees are laborers, et cetera, and there are no women in any of those categories. Am I to understand that when the pay transparency report is given back to them, that they are required to post on their website, that will not have any of those females shown because there are less than 10 in any of those categories? And on the one that I gave with the alternative example, there would not be males shown on that particular one or females shown because there's less than 10 in either of those categories. Did I understand that correctly?
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Chair. So the interest of protecting privacy for individuals is paramount, and thank the member for raising this. I mean, it is another thing that we will be having discussions with employers on.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. So my understanding is that this will be something that will be dealt with under regulation then, and that the privacy is paramount to the pay transparency.
Minister.
Protecting individuals' privacy is paramount. That's what's paramount to this.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Understood, yes. Thank you for the clarification. So will the prescribed information collected under this Clause 6 be different from the information collected under Clause 5?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So this is to be determined through regulation, but we anticipate it'll be the same information.
Member.
Anticipating that it's the same information, is there any assurance that it will be the same information, or that, or does regulation give it the ability to be different information collected?
Minister.
The intention is that it's the same, but again, it'll be a process that is determined through regulation.
Member.
Thank you for that answer, Minister. This section 6 actually appears to be written in a way that employees must be individually consulted to acquire the prescribed information. Is there not a way that employees could use centralized HR software to collect, that employers could use the centralized software to collect the information that they need? I mean, there's very sophisticated programs out there right now that could easily, with a click of a button, pull all of that together and even do gender specific. And I mean, having dealt with HR computer software in my past life, I can tell you it's very sophisticated nowadays.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So we will leave it to the employer to determine their methodology that they use. And again, it's the intent of the legislation that all personal information be voluntarily disclosed by the employee, and employers are reminded of this requirement under the legislation.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess I'm a little bit confused then now because it's written as if it's the employee that's doing it. And in the minister's answer, you said the employer could determine how best they wanted to do it, but it was still the employee that had to do it. Did I understand that correctly? Or could the employer, on behalf of the employees, obviously indicating I'm about to submit my pay transparency report and submit all of the data from all of their respective employees, or does the employee need to individually input data into the pay transparency report?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome back. So just to clarify what I said is the methodology is up to the employer. They can use whatever methodology that they, like whatever software program that they might already have or they want to acquire, that they can use that. But the information that an employer could have on an employee, because quite often employees will disclose that information when they're hired, the employee has to give their consent to ensure that the employer can use that publicly.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And understanding that we are limited in time and that this will be my last question for right now, and I think we have to stand the bill down. The consent that is given is the voluntary aspect of the employee saying, yes, I will allow the employer on my behalf to submit the information, but it will be the employer that submits all of the information into the pay transparency reporting.
Minister.
Right. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So, Chair, I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Motion is carried.
To ask for a recess, Madam Chair.
We will have a short recess. The committee will come back to order.
You can state that
The committee stands adjourned to report progress.
Committee Chair.
The committee on Bill 13 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Now, Chair.
So ordered.
No, but it's a different committee. I didn't.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I call Committee of the Whole Bill 12 and ask for a 5-minute recess.
Committee chairs, and the House will be recessed for 5 minutes.
We'll call the committee to order. We're dealing with Bill 12, Intimate Images Protection Act. Would the minister wish to introduce staff?
Yeah, thank you. So joining me here today from the Justice Services branch, we have Darren Thompson and Kaylee Johnston. So I'm glad they're there joining me today.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Recognizing the member for Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. A couple of preliminary questions relevant to not just the definition clause 1, but really relevant to the entire bill. So what is being sought here is the creation of civil remedies, and at some point, either in her comments to the House or perhaps in press reports that I saw, I seem to recall the minister, the attorney, making the point that what we're trying to do here is provide a civil complement to existing criminal code provisions. And I thought it would be worthwhile, and I'll explain in a moment why I think it's worthwhile for the attorney to place on the record a description of how how this is different than the existing criminal code provisions that I think date back from 2015 is when 162.1, I think it is, was placed in the criminal code. So maybe we can start there.
Attorney General.
Thanks for the question. It's really helpful to clarify the two processes. So I'll start by saying that what we learned when we were looking at this issue is that a lot of people don't come through the criminal process with these types of complaints, although I do acknowledge that there is parts of the criminal code that make this conduct unlawful. So the statute in general is designed in a way to really be party-driven. So the person that is the victim of such an act can come forward in a different way. It clarifies the law when it comes to privacy associated with this type of conduct, and that gives them an ability to have an actionable wrong and a civil claim related to this, and clarifies their remedies associated with it. So we really think that it's a way to add to the legal landscape and the options for survivors that's more trauma-driven, trauma-informed, and provide a different ability to get remedies.
Member.
Thanks, and that's helpful. So the criminal code creates a crime for the non-consensual disclosure of intimate images. That is a process that involves the Crown pursuing a prosecution against an individual charged with that particular offense or one of the other related offenses that exist in the code. The reason I wanted to ask the question is in some of the reporting that has taken place since the attorney tabled the bill, and I'm sure this is the product of a misunderstanding on the part of the people either commenting or the reporters offering their commentary. There is a discussion about how prosecutors might make use of the provisions of Bill 12. And I think it's worth, more so the minister than I, making the point there is no prosecutorial involvement with respect to the provisions of Bill 12. It is a process that must be initiated either by a claimant or, under the other section, the applicant in the case of injunctive relief. And I thought it would be appropriate for the minister and us in this committee to do what we can to ensure that people understand this is not a criminal prosecutorial mechanism that is being created. It is a civil, as the lawyers say, tort-based approach to providing civil remedies to people.
Minister.
Yeah, thanks for offering that clarity, and yes, that's correct.
Member.
Can I just ask this, and I'm going to suggest to the committee and the chair of the committee, there is a general relevance. Madam Chair, to what I am about to ask. And it's this. Does the minister have any data whatsoever on the number of times prosecutions have taken place in British Columbia making use of the criminal code provisions that are now, I think, 7 or 8 years old?
Minister.
Okay, so we have some stats here that I'll just read out that are current as of last summer. So Statistics Canada reported an increase in incidents reported to police nationally from 833 incidents in 2016 to 2,444 incidents in 2021. During this period, the number of reported criminal non-consensual disclosure incidents in BC increased from 91 in 2016 to 256 in 2021, peaking at 302 in 2020. In 2022, 21 adults were criminally charged with non-consensual disclosure, and that's up. It was 21, and that was up from 8 charges in 2016, and that included 3 youth. So those are the stats that we have.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. That is helpful, and I'm appreciative. Does the information available to the Attorney General extend beyond the charge numbers, which the one she gave was 21, to include whether or not convictions or findings of guilt or innocence followed?
Minister.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I don't have any other stats at my hand, that not to say they're not out there, but what I can say is that while we're doing the committee stage, we will look for that, and then if it comes up, I'll just add it to my comments on whatever section we're on, because it's not to a particular section, is my understanding. So,
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. That would be fine. The general relevance, I would suggest, relates to the degree to which the government and on behalf of the government, the Attorney General and the Attorney General's ministry believe that the criminal code provisions are having an effect, an impact in imposing criminal sanction, because the argument may well be that for various reasons the criminal code sanctions aren't having the impact that was hoped, especially relevant. I think that the 2,444 figure was Canada-wide, and the 256 number was for British Columbia. And of those 256 complaints, charges apparently were laid in 21 cases. And it would be interesting, I think, for the committee to know, in the context of creating this new civil cause of action, whether or not the attorney believes, has any views or thoughts on why that is so. Are there structural problems with the manner in which the criminal code section 162.1 or 164.1, 162.2 are presently exist in the criminal code that have made prosecuting these matters more difficult, or represent an impediment to prosecuting these matters?
Minister.
Okay, so I'll start by saying the general stats that we have that I think are in a lot of our materials that talk about what we think the number of incidents of this type of sexualized violence are compared to the number of reporting. There's a big gap there. And so what we also know is under the criminal code, the definition is narrow of what is non-consensual disclosure. It excludes multiple types of known harm that is like threats and distribution of altered images, for example. And then also that survivors, and they have talked about this, have little control over the criminal process, and so maybe re-traumatized by the proof being required beyond a reasonable doubt. So many survivors are just reluctant to go to the police with these type of incidents. So the design of this legislation on a general basis is to be a trauma-informed process to basically do two things. So one is, if you're threatened by an image, and it's not consensual, proved to be not consensual, you can get an order to have it taken down, and you can get an order against social media platforms to have it taken down. And I think that was the area that we were stepping into when it came to the gap in the law.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I genuinely don't mean this to be argumentative in any way, shape, or form, because I think the nature of the discussion we're having is to try and make sure we're covering all the bases here and understand the manner in which this is intended to operate. But the criminal code provisions do provide for a judge to order a takedown order. So the reason I say that ultimately is, whilst I recognize what the attorney is saying about the reluctance some victims may have for contacting the police to pursue this, the mechanism we are creating here actually requires them to do something far more, either as an applicant or as a claimant. As an applicant, they have to go to a court or a tribunal and follow through on a process. All to say, the question is for the attorney, why should we think, what is it about what we are creating here that makes us think victims will be more inclined to use this process than the criminal code process?
Minister.
Thank you. So this answer has a lot of aspects to it. It starts by the research that we did in the consultation we had with organizations that were representing survivors, including people like Carol Todd, to understand what the gaps were and what was needed in order to help people come forward with these types of claims. What we understood from that consultation is that what was missing is a really survivor-driven process. So one of the big differences is this process is much more in control of the survivor than a criminal. And I know as a former Attorney General, you understand that in terms of the differences between who lays charges and all that whole process. This is a survivor-centered, survivor-controlled process. And so it centers it already in a different position. And once we started to do that and think about that, what branches out from that is different ways that that survivor can come forward. So an online process through the Civil Resolution Tribunal. The Civil Resolution Tribunal is known in our justice system as being a low barrier, low threshold process that helps to focus people on a resolution. And I think that also situates it in a different place. And then you can also think about how there are different things that we've associated with this legislation that makes it easier. So for example, if you're a young person and you don't want to tell your parents that's not something that you feel like you can do. You can use a trusted guardian to help you with this process. So because we centered it and focused on a trauma-based, survivor-driven process, it helps to add all these other options for people to bring forward and get resolution kind of on their own terms a little bit more.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. That's helpful. When we get to the relevant sections, and particularly relevant clauses, Clause 4 as it relates to the applicant, I'll probably want to ask a little bit more about practically the procedure that an applicant can follow, because I think the attorney makes a good point about, particularly for younger people, the accessibility and familiarity and comfort level that might be associated with an online process. But that works to a point as long as the processes that exist within the tribunal or the provincial court or the Supreme Court, for that matter, are responsive to that. If not, but we'll have a chance to talk about that a little bit later. Then just briefly coming back to the existing criminal code provisions, has, to the extent, and I don't know, and I don't want to put words in the attorney's mouth, is she or the government or the ministry concerned that the criminal code provisions have not responded to the magnitude of the issue and the number of victims that have resulted from this evolving and increasing activity? And if so, and it may not have been this attorney, who is still relatively new in her post, but have submissions been made to the federal government? We heard earlier today about areas of the law where the province has made submissions to the federal government about changes that they are seeking to the criminal code. Have submissions been made to the federal government, the federal Minister of Justice, relative to Section 162.1 or .2, 164 of the criminal code, outlining concerns that the province has?
Minister.
Thank you. So I'm not aware of any conversations with the federal government with that regard, but I think it's important to clarify that many other provinces have stepped into this role of a complementary process that's on the civil side when it comes to intimate images and non-consensual disclosure. So really what this is trying to do, and if passed will do, is add to the tools that are available to people that are in this situation and seeking a remedy. And that was certainly the goal of this legislation.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I don't want to belabor the point, but as the attorney has said, this is a survivor/victim-driven process, a new process, and one that I think we will find enjoys broad support in this House. But there is also the notion that someone who engages in this non-disclosure of an intimate image, or the threat of a non-disclosure, the threat of disclosing an intimate image, is committing a crime. And I did not know what the stats were until I asked the Attorney General, so I was interested to, but it sounds to me from those stats that for whatever reason, the seriousness that one would wish to convey about this behavior by labeling it a crime is perhaps not being sufficiently emphasized, that prosecutions, the ratio of prosecutions to complaints and the activity would be cause for concern. So the question is, as the head of the branch of government that is ultimately charged with prosecuting this criminal behavior, does the attorney, with the assistance of her staff, believe that there are impediments to pursuing those prosecutions that the federal government should be addressing?
Minister.
Again, this is meant to be adding to our tools for survivors when it comes to resolving these disputes, and many may want to go to make a police complaint, seek the criminal option, and that's of course within their ability to do so, but this adds a complementary tools to that process, and that's the goal of this legislation.
Member.
Worth putting on the record, I think, again, more important that the attorney do it than I, that an individual who chooses to contact the police, the investigating authority, to lodge a complaint about this behavior is in no way precluded from seeking redress as either an applicant or a claimant under this under what will become this law. The two, so put another way, someone who engages in this activity of either disclosing or threatening to disclose an intimate image could find themselves subject to a criminal prosecution and a claim for damages by an applicant.
Minister.
Yeah, so we may get to this section, or we will get to this section, but I think Section 22 of the Act really answers that question directly, which is that it explicitly states that no rights and remedies under this Act are in addition to any other remedy that might be available.
Member.
Honourable Chair, thank you. Let's actually then go into the definitions themselves, and the one I wanted to start with in Clause 1, decision maker, but I wanted to discuss that. It's slightly different than what appeared in the Uniform Law Conference of Canada document that I think has strongly influenced the legislation that we have before us. It's slightly different, but for reasons that I don't need to explore, because I think I understand why it's slightly different, and the Uniform Law Conference actually contemplates that each provincial jurisdiction has a slightly different tribunal/court process. But the part about their commentary that I did want to ask the Attorney General about and goes back to something she said just a few moments ago about this being a survivor-driven process. The Uniform Law Conference, in referencing the courts and tribunal structure, had this to say in their working paper, in their draft act of January 2021. They said this. It's not long. I'll just read it. Individual jurisdictions, and they wrote this. I'm sorry. They wrote this in the context of commenting upon the either tribunals or courts to which a claimant or applicant would apply for remedies. They said, quote, individual jurisdictions may wish to include provisions to assist vulnerable victims, such as child victims and victims of human trafficking, in accessing remedies under the Act. These might include provisions for complainants to access legal aid, legal representation, or the assistance of an agency like the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. I may be mistaken, I didn't see anything in the legislation that spoke to an entitlement or created an entitlement to assistance for an applicant or a claimant. If I'm wrong, I'm sure the attorney will point that out to me. So maybe I'll start there. Is there anything in this legislation that ensures an applicant or a claimant, and as we have discussed, it could be a very young applicant, would have an assurance of access to legal aid or support in order to pursue a claim or an application under this legislation?
Minister.
I'll start by saying that our entire process was designed with the people that you noted in mind. So what that means is that by acting differently than other provinces and going towards the Civil Resolution Tribunal, what survivors will have is a very online, even on your cell phone, kind of driven process where you're able to access it. And kind of throughout, we have a consideration of access to justice and how to make it simpler. And our rollout will be actually working with frontline workers and organizations across the province that are around the most vulnerable people. So whether it's women that are fleeing sexualized violence or have that kind of an organization that they're working with. So there is that not only in how the process is designed, but how we're rolling it out, that aspect. And I'll also just draw the members' attention to Section 8, which talks about the regulation making power and the ability of minors to be represented by other people. That helps us to actually think about that issue specifically that you raised.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I won't take credit for raising it solely on my own initiative. I am drawing from what the Uniform Law Conference said. So what and again, I'm not meaning to be mischievous or argumentative, what I kind of took from the attorney's answer is, we think this process will be so simple that people won't need legal aid. And if I'm oversimplifying her answer, she can address that, because the Uniform Law Conference certainly took the view that, notwithstanding attempts to keep, for example, the Clause 4, Section 4 application process, Section 4 application process as straightforward as possible, it is a daunting thing for anyone to go to a court. Whether one is initiating that process online with the tribunal, it's not something that a 30-year-old, never mind a 15-year-old, embarks upon easily. So, and we'll have a chance to explore the procedure that the attorney contemplates being in place. But for now, the question is fairly straightforward. I don't see anything in the statute that provides assurance, and maybe that's not the place where you would expect to see it, but I don't see anything in the statute that provides assurance of legal aid assistance to an applicant or a claimant. And if I am correct in that, what assurance is the attorney prepared to make here that an applicant or a claimant would receive that legal aid assistance?
Minister.
So I'll start by saying that what I forgot to mention last time is a lot of the provinces, when they enacted similar legislation, the place to do it was their superior courts. So it's already a departure to go with the Civil Resolution Tribunal, and I'm sure, as you know, the process for the Civil Resolution Tribunal is really designed for self-represented litigants, or to be as low barrier as possible. That being said, there's a couple of assurances that I want to make clear. So one is that during the implementation, we're exploring services and supports for people who require more help. We don't consider it necessary to put it in the legislation, and that's not a usual thing. And I know that the CRT will focus on making it as accessible as possible, and that will be part of our rollout. And just to reiterate the section that I mentioned, Section 8, that talks about the most vulnerable, which is minors, and the way they can have other people help them bring forward claims.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. All right, again, my intention is not to belabor this. I think what I was probably looking for, and by the way, I'm not arguing with the attorney's observation that legislation is not necessarily the usual place where one would see an assurance or a guarantee of legal representation. So I'm not arguing that point, but I was providing an invitation to the attorney in the context of the kinds of victims we have been talking about, and the attorney points to Clause 8 and the ability to have someone help. The Civil Rights Tribunal is one venue, the provincial court is another, the Superior Court is yet another that is contemplated. And for her and I, for her and I, maybe more her than I when it comes to online approaches, these might not be overly daunting exercises for someone who is in the midst of a trauma associated with a intimate image that they're trying to have. Sitting down and navigating through even a fairly straightforward process that will include terminology that is foreign to the average person. So this was my invitation to the attorney to at least provide some indication, some assurance that a victim, a survivor will have, the government will ensure that there is a mechanism in place by which in short order they can secure assistance, legal assistance. I'm not sure it would be even need to be a lawyer or a paralegal who could quickly walk them through this process and assist them, and that there would be some funding in place. We are, it seems, for all the importance and in some cases tragedies, tragic results we were talking about, we are hopefully talking about a fairly limited number, and as word gets out and the liability becomes, I think part of what we're trying to do here is reduce the number of instances when this is required. So hopefully we are talking about a diminishing number of cases, and this really was my way of inviting the attorney to take advantage of the opportunity to say, yes, the government contemplates providing funding to ensure that for an applicant or a claimant who requires some legal assistance, it will be there for them either via the Legal Services Society or some other agency.
Minister.
Okay. So I think I answered the question previously, that we'll be exploring supports and services that are available to people going through the process. I don't have anything to announce today. I will just say briefly that, yes, a big piece of this legislation is deterrence, and I'm glad that the member raised that. And with that, I move that the committee rise and report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.
Committee Chair.
The Committee on Bill 12 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
The next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee Supply, Section A, reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Education and Childcare, reports progress on the Ministry of Forests, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
The next sitting.
So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C, reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness and reports progress on the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
The next sitting, Mr.
So
Speaker.
ordered. Government House Leader.
I move this House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.